Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ha ha ha. Don't you just love a win? Don't you just love a win? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What is going on, my Keep Pounding Nation family? How we feeling? Come on now. Don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging. Please, pretty please. Don't leave me hanging. Don't you leave me hanging. Yeah. Oh man. A win feels good. A win indeed feels good. And even better, a divisional win. A divisional win feels real good. Does anybody else feel real good? Yeah. That's right. That's right. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, Bryce Young gets his third career victory as a starting quarterback in the NFL, defeating the division rival New Orleans Saints by a final score of 23-22. Good stuff. Good stuff. Definitely not Bryce's best game, of course, but hey, did pretty decent. Not to mention, uh, offense was able to put points on the board. Defense was able to limit some drives to just field goals. So that was good. That was helpful. Um, Jatavion Sanders, wow, made some big catches today. Really big catches, an impressive hurdle, and was able to get extra yardage. He had a 46-yarder. Man, Jatavion Sanders, who looks up to Greg Olsen, by the way. But yes, yes indeed. Xavier Legette, although he is the reason why Bryce Young has an interception, let's just keep it real. That interception was not Bryce's fault, but did get a touchdown. His fourth, I believe, fourth or fifth touchdown of his rookie season. So it's good to see Legette get in the end zone again. Chuba Hubbard, 15 carries, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns. Chuba doing his thing, continuing to show why we should re-sign him. We should extend him for reals. But yes, a win feels good. A win feels real good. Yes, indeed. A win feels excellent. But yeah, gotta. Joe Valesco says, "Welcome to the stream. Do you believe in Bryce Young again?" I mean, as long as he's on this team, I'm gonna cheer for the guy. As long as he's on this team. But I mean, one game isn't enough. I mean, 3 victories in 2 seasons, that's not enough. That's not enough. I mean, as long as he's a Carolina Panther, I'm going to cheer for him because he's on my team. I mean, that's how it should be, right? Right? That's how it should be, right, Joel? So, ah, good stuff. Good stuff. Fantastic. Game came down to the wire. Carolina was able to get into the end zone, go up by 1. This was good. Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. Yes, shout out to Bryce Young. But yeah, because like I said, that interception was not his fault. Leggett had it ripped away, so that was not his fault. He didn't play like a bust today. Nah, I mean not a high amount of stats, but hey, made some good throws. Got another passing touchdown. So hey, Joe Valesco, any Carolina Panthers I'm going to cheer for. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sweet Carolina. Oh yeah, that's right. First home game victory this season. First home game victory this season. Finally, right? Finally. Vietnam, welcome to the stream. Says, I didn't agree with all the play calling, but Bryce managed the game good enough for us to win. Yeah, the play calling definitely was kind of high, then low, then, medium, and then low. It was kind of all over the place, to a degree. But, yep, I would agree. I would agree. Sweet Caroline, oh, 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 good times never seem so good. So good, so good, so good. I love it. Oh, man. Bank of America Stadium needed that victory. They needed that victory. Indeed, indeed. That pass to David Moore was a perfect pass from Bryce, and it traveled more than 20 yards in the air. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And once again, shout out to Jatavion Sanders. I think Jatavion Sanders is going to be somebody special. I mean, did the leapfrog and then stayed in bounds, got some more yardage on that 46-yarder. Man, that was impressive. That was impressive. Almost got 100 yards receiving. But yeah, Chuba looked good. Bryce finished 16 of 26, 171 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. That wasn't his fault. Got sacked once. Only sacked once. Not bad. O-line. Got to clean up some of these false starts. But hey, you know. But to be fair, the Saints had a lot more penalties. A lot more penalties. They had 10. They had 10 penalties for 109 yards. Oof, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Carolina only had 6 penalties, so yeah. And the crazy thing is Saints had 10 more first downs than Carolina. Saints had 25, Carolina had 15. Oof. Vietnam says, I'm still not saying that Bryce is our franchise quarterback long term, but if he can just not lose the game for us, then we might be able to build without drafting a quarterback. Yeah, we do need to see more. We definitely do need to see more. I mean, this is only his 3rd career win as a starter in the NFL, so we definitely need to see more. Giants next week, 2 in a row. We got a shot. We definitely got a shot. 2 in a row, we definitely got a shot. Pedro Castro, welcome to the stream. Still struggle some on 3rd downs. I mean, we were 4 of 10. The Saints were 5 and 15, so we actually did a really good job on defense on 3rd downs. And see, the crazy thing is, we definitely lost time of possession. We only had 25 minutes, 41 seconds. Saints had 34 minutes, 19 seconds. So, in a lot of ways, I mean, the Saints definitely had more in the form of stats and yardage and whatnot. But, got to give it up to Carolina for holding strong and finishing. Main thing is we finished. We finished strong and we look good. We look good. Um, yeah, it was a 1-point victory, but you know what? Finished strong. Got in the end zone when we needed to. Defense got the stops on that final drive. Good, strong finish. Bryce definitely improved from the first 2 weeks. Yeah, yeah. I will definitely agree with that. I will definitely agree with that. Are we third in the division now? Good question. Yes. Yes, we moved up a spot. Yeah, we moved up a spot. But yeah. Um and see, I don't even remember the last time we beat the Saints. I think the last time we beat the Saints, we still had Steve Wilkes. I think we had Steve Wilkes last time we beat the Saints. Or it might have been Matt Rule. I don't know. It's been a while since we beat the Saints. But this is good. This is real good. But yeah, I have to say, game balls definitely go to Chuba Hubbard, Xavier Legette, Jatavion Sanders, Bryce Young. Um, on defense, Charles Harris got the sack on Derek Carr. Um, Damani Richardson led the team in tackles once again, so that was really nice. Michael Jackson had some really key stops. So Michael Jackson looked pretty good. Caleb Farley, he actually played, so that was good. But yeah, Joe Velasquez says, I believe we beat them when we had Steve Wilkes. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured as much. I definitely figured as much. But yeah, Jalen Coker, oh man, he definitely showed up as well. But it's just, if anything, it's good to see Bryce Young happy. It's good to see Bryce Young happy. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like for a good chunk of this season, his demeanor has just been down, not really energetic. You know what I mean? So that's the only thing with that. But yeah, see if anybody else wants to get in here. Actually, oh yeah, Jarrett. Let me see if he wants to hop in. But yes, this was good. Oh, let me turn this on. It's getting a little hot in here. A little hot. It is kind of hot, isn't it? But oh, um let me do this. Bam. That's what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Okay. But yeah, how's everybody else feeling about this victory? Let me hear you. So at least we know we got 2 wins this season. At least we know that. Huh. Andy Dalton's got one. Bryce Young's got one. So you know what? Might as well keep them in. You know, keep him in. See what he can do. Just keep him in. That's what I say. Just keep him in. Hey, you made it in.
Hey, we got Blitz on the stream as well.
How you feeling? Oh, 1 second.
Facts. Facts.
But yeah, how you feeling?
Feeling great, man. Feeling great.
Good, good.
Can you hear chat on your end, Blitz?
I can hear you.
Okay, okay, okay. He'll be on my stream then. Yeah. Call back on the team chat.
Oh, me? Or
Hold on.
oh, gotcha. Pedro Castro says, "Are you gonna live
One
stream?"
second, one second, one second.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Blitz.
Says, "Are you gonna live stream right after the game for next week?" It might be later that day because it is the Germany game, so it'll probably be later that day. I don't know about right after the game though. But okay, you were saying.
All right, we're gonna get chat in on the team call, so go ahead and answer that and just mute
Cool.
on your end so there's no audio interference or anything like that. Or
Okay.
I can link him. I can link him. Hold up. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Team chat. All right, give me just a second, guys. We're gonna get these guys in here.
Cool deal.
Oh, you're still here? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Uh, we're gonna try to get him in here. Yeah, put it in. There you go. There you go. There you go. That works better. Join the cloud. Everybody join the cloud. Let's go.
Yep.
Team chat. Everybody that wants in our team. We can't allow everybody in chat in here because it'll be too crowded. this will be chaos if we let everybody in. With all due
Yeah.
respect, because Chad likes to talk a lot, and so you know. But Blitz, I want to point out the fact that our offensive line setup was perfect today.
Yeah,
It was
and
perfect.
just gotta clean up the occasional false start penalty here and there,
Mm-hmm.
but other than that, I mean, only one sack, but Chuba Hubbard looked really good, and
I
Bryce.
want to see us work with Brady Christensen a little bit more because Brady Christensen has had those holding calls and a couple of missed blocks here and there. So I
Hmm.
want to see them work with him. Um, And now that we've got the perfect setup with the offensive line, now you've got the time to work with him and say, okay, these are the things I want you to clean up. We can work with you one on one during the week. Everybody else is going to be doing their thing that we've been usually doing, you know.
Yeah.
And this is where I wanted him to begin with. He was drafted at left tackle. That's where he should be. That's
Yeah.
his home.
That was where he played in
If he could do
college.
extra things, let him do extra things too. That's cool. I like to have him as a multi tool. But Brady Christensen was scouted by our team, ladies
Y-
and gentlemen.
Yep.
So was Cade Mays. I just want to point that out. We called both of these guys when we got drafted, and I want my credit for that. I want our team's credit for that. The entire team gets credit for that. Y'all did excellent, man. We got these two right. Good job, everybody.
Really good job.
Oh, I'm so happy with that right there. That makes me happy.
Yeah, O-line looked good. Um Jatavion Sanders. Yo.
Sanders with the oh my goodness.
Like the leapfrog stayed in bounds and got some extra yardage.
Can we get
Oh,
the Mario coin sound inserted here? Boing!
but yeah, that was a 46
He just
yarder.
got his coin.
But yeah, that ended up being a
Dang.
46 yarder. Yep.
I
Um
need the Panthers media to get on that. Just make a clip of that right there. That
Seriously.
would go viral.
Um
Yeah.
Made some incredible catches today. Um four
Yes.
four catches, 87 yards. So, he looked good. Um Xavier Legette, I won't be too hard on you because you did get a touchdown,
Yeah.
but dude, how you going to let him rip that away from you? Come on now. You made the
That
catch.
was crazy.
Made the
That was like
catch.
some Madden glitch stuff right there. I was just like, what the heck?
I mean, I was just like,
I
dude.
can't even be mad at that. I'm just like, what the heck did I just see? That was straight thievery right there. Oh, I want to let him in. I don't know what's up with that.
See if I sent them the password.
Yeah,
He may have to.
you sent him both. Does he have Zoom?
I mean, he's been in our Zoom before. He's been in this Zoom before.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, most rushes all time. Derrick Henry has made the list.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Dang.
and that includes Adrian Peterson on that list. Emmett Smith. I just saw that on ESPN. Wow,
Oh.
he's finally somewhere where he can make a difference. I'm happy with him.
Oh,
I'm
da-
happy with that.
oh, dang! The Falcons won. Ugh.
Yeah, yeah. I guess Atlanta against Dallas. I mean,
And I think word was Dak got benched.
ooh,
Yeah, he didn't finish the game apparently.
ooh. That's stirring up some controversy in Dallas, man.
Yeah. Um. Oh, Dolphins came so close to beating the Bills, 30 to 27,
Wow.
but Bills escaped.
A lot of these scores look exactly like you expect them to be
Yeah.
this week, and it's starting to get back to normal a little bit.
Uh,
But Baltimore, look at that Baltimore score. That's what terrifies me, man.
yeah. Oh, they trounced the
I'm telling
Broncos.
you, Baltimore is on fire. These guys are on a mission.
Yeah. They flat out trounced
I,
the
I, I
Broncos.
I feel like it's going to be Baltimore and KC for the AFC Championship. Does anybody else feel like that too
That's a
at this
good
point?
that's a good chance of happening.
Yeah, very, very good chance. Because, I mean, Pittsburgh might make a run, but at
But
this point, nobody else is challenging.
well, don't sleep on Buffalo now. Buffalo might.
Uh,
I mean,
maybe,
I mean they're
maybe they
they're.
got an outside in looking chance there, but
I mean they'll at least win their division. They'll at
yeah,
least
yeah,
win their division.
yeah, fair.
Um, Commanders beat the Giants. No surprise there.
Yep, yep, yep.
Titans beat the Patriots in overtime. Okay.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I was tracking that one.
Okay.
All right, I think I'm in now.
Yeah, you're in.
Yes, you are
You're
in.
in. Very nice.
Perfect.
Chad, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. How you feeling?
I'm pretty pumped. Main thing is happy to see Bryce Young happy and upbeat and just
Yeah.
we hadn't seen that in a while.
You're
So
right. We have not. It was good to hear him calling audibles today. It was good to hear him vocal in the pocket or at the huddle.
Yeah.
Something I haven't seen from him, is that
None of us have.
confidence.
yeah, good point. Good point.
I mean, the talkative. I mean, him being vocal.
Can I just reference the specific play, Chad? Because
Yeah.
I know that they heard it on my channel, but I don't think they heard it on Blitz's. All right, so there was a specific third and long play where we decided to do like a swing pass out to the outside
Uh-huh.
for like 2 yards, and they picked up on it, and it was a dead drive with 6 or 7 in the box, and you could just see Bryce Young just go over to the sideline to Dave Canales and be like, "That's not the right play call, bro.
Oh yeah.
That's not the right play call. I
Yeah.
need to be audibling that. That needs to be a play action. That needs to be me rolling out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
where is that? So you're starting to see Bryce, start to wake up and get interested in these play calls and be more vocal. This is what I need to see for Bryce. That right there tells me that he is developing and he is growing.
I agree
I'm
because
excited
he's
about
shown
that.
he's shown the confidence to be able to call the audibles
Yeah.
and to be able to speak vocally out there. I'll reiterate a little bit and then let you guys get back at it. But we talked a couple days ago, Corey, that what I wanted to see out of Bryce was roll out. And what did he
Yeah.
do today?
Mm-hmm.
He rolled out.
Plenty of it.
And
Definitely.
and every time he rolled out, we picked up yards, whether it was with his legs or throwing short or throwing deep. There were so many positives on offense today. Seeing Sanders wake up and get out of the box today as a tight end was super spectacular.
Oh yeah.
We knew we had it in him.
That's right. Being able to spread the ball, Bryce running the ball to the goal line, taking a hard hit at the goal line was nice. Welcome to the NFL.
Right.
Shake it off and let's go. It's kind of like what he needed. I mean,
Oh, David just joined. Hey, can you hear us?
Yeah. What's good, David? All right, we'll give him a minute.
Yeah, I can hear y'all.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, good.
How you feeling?
I love the win, man. We definitely went out there today and took care of business, and I feel like if we keep it consistent like that week after week, we have a chance to turn around this year.
Yeah.
We haven't had any divisional game wins this year. Today was the
Yeah.
first one, and it was definitely one that we needed.
Yep.
Bryce
At home.
went out there.
Yep.
Yes, Bryce went out there and showed that he's got the potential to be the NFL quarterback that he needs to be. And I feel like if he continues to do that, we may see a whole totally different changeup this year.
It's
Everybody's
possible.
talking about he's not NFL ready, he's too small, this, that, and the third. It's time for him to show everybody that what they're talking about doesn't mean nothing. Our defense has got to protect him. I love the passes that I saw today. He was actually throwing that ball versus last week when it seemed like he was scared to throw it. All he wanted to do was short passes or run plays. He was actually throwing that ball today.
Yep.
Why? Because he had a protected offensive line.
Right.
That's right.
It was the right formula.
That's something we needed.
And see, my thing with Bryce, and you might have caught this, David, as you were coming in, just seeing him excited, lively, like just
Yeah,
pumped.
Yeah.
yeah.
We haven't seen that in like all season until now
No,
Right.
from
no, we
Bryce.
haven't.
And being with his play, because like I said, the interception that was on Leggett, that was not on Bryce.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, and Chad pointed it out, the audibles, like staying in the pocket,
Mm-hmm.
the rollouts, even making the throw. He did get hit a couple of times. He threw one up, and Jatavion, he just pulled it down like it was nothing.
It was money.
And here's the thing: like I watched Jatavian like catch some of those balls during the combine too, so we
Mhm.
knew he had the lateral ability to do that.
Yeah,
He did that during preseason too.
and shout out to the family of Jalen Coker. I know they cut the camera on his family. Jalen
Yeah, I
Coker
saw that. Yeah.
got a
Mm-hmm.
couple of catches and just look really good. And you know, a divisional win against a Saints team we haven't beaten in a while at
Right.
at home.
Oh, that's so sweet.
And on that
It
note,
is.
Mr. Carolina joins us. What is
Mr.
happening?
Carolina's back. Hey, welcome back, man.
What's going on, fellas? You already know what it is. No matter what happens, no matter what we go through, I always bleed
Oh, now
Carolina
it's a
blue.
stream. Let's go, baby.
Yes. So
You know, go.
so Mr. Carolina, drop some thoughts. Drop some thoughts. How you feeling? Drop some thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, like we had last time with after we played the Raiders, I still don't know what to do with my hands because this is just this is one of those thoughts where I'm sitting with my hands, but on I was excited to see the progression of Bryce Young. I was excited to
Yes.
see him make
Yes.
plays. I was excited to see him take control.
Yes.
Mhm.
I was excited to see some down the field shots that,
Yes.
Yes.
you
Yes.
Yes,
know,
for sure.
and David Moore, Jesus Christ, if I could have kicked you through the screen, I would have. X Man, X Man, as much as I love you, if I could have kicked you through the screen, I would have. Autograph or not, you still my dog, but Jesus Christ. We for the things that we got on Bryce about, if those catches are made, those plays are made, y'all realize we're up 2 touchdowns.
True.
If
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Moore catches that
Yeah.
pass, that's a touchdown. If
That
X Man
interception
catches
was not
that,
on Bryce.
no, neither one of those. That was a
Nope.
perfectly thrown ball. That was a
Yep.
perfectly thrown ball. X Man has to
Mm-hmm.
be strong with his hands as far as getting
Correct.
that.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
our offense, the way it stands, like I said, gives me hope for the future. Now, would I like to see Bryce do this more consistently? Absolutely. Has he shown he
Heck
can do
yeah.
it the past two
Yeah.
weeks? Absolutely. Do we have a
Yeah.
running game? Hell yeah.
Yes.
We have a running
Mm-hmm.
game. Thank God. Now, on the flip side, Jesus Christ, I feel like my son's JV middle school football team could run on us at any given moment.
Yeah. That's a fair
Yeah,
point.
It's
that
Facts.
if
is.
if you know, and I'm keeping it a buck 50.
Mhm.
If you know that the other team's best receiver is out of there, you took out another receiver out of there. New Orleans is basically telling you we have to run this daggone ball in order to beat you.
Right.
Mhm.
You
Right.
still can't stop it. You still can't. Like, come on. Now, to their credit, it was a bend but don't break type of defense because we let them in the red zone and the defense, tightened up.
Mhm.
Cool, no worries. But Alvin Kamara was running on y'all like he was playing against his son's
I was
Pee
about
Wee
to say
football team.
nobody
Yeah.
could hold
I give you
Alvin
credit.
Kamara
It
today.
is Alvin Kamara, but he's having a rough year.
Yeah,
And the
but
man's
he
had
unleashed on us today, man. It was like
he was
nobody could
elite.
hold him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
it
agree,
goes back
and
to
it is.
fundamentals, man. It goes back to fundamentals. Even as a grown man, it goes fundamentals and heart. I have to pursue my lane. I have to maintain containment because we keep getting beat on the outside for whatever reason. It's like these defensive ends and outside linebackers don't know containment, and then stop arm tackling a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to work. He
Yeah.
gets paid what he gets paid for a reason. Stop arm tackling him.
And
Drive him into the ground. Jesus
Every
Christ.
single
they gotta cover
defensive
their men a
player that
lot
has
better.
assisted tackles is arm tackling.
Mm-hmm.
The people that have solo tackles that are solo tackling by themselves and don't need help are not arm tackling. They're handling their business.
Yeah, and it was already
We got a
bad.
bunch of people that have just assisted tackles on this defensive line. That's our problem. We need to go out there and get the people that are solo tackling.
And it was already bad enough that Taysom Hill even bullied his way to a first
Oh,
down.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that was awful.
yeah, like,
And that was just the power of will right there.
yeah,
Will and strength. And we lost that battle. Plain and simple, we lost that battle on the line of scrimmage.
When Taysom Hill in the past and still does for some reason wins that battle, not just against us, but with most teams. He's that kind of guy. The thing that impressed me today, which Mr. Carolina touched on, I've been begging for Bryce to roll out for
yes,
4 weeks now, and he rolled out today. And
Yes.
plus, he
Yes.
threw the deep ball. And you know what happens when you throw the deep ball? At some point, you're gonna pick up that pass interference. And
Right.
guess what?
Yep.
Right.
We picked up that pass interference in the absolute best opportunity that we could get.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Hats off to the defense today, because there was 3 drives that they could have scored touchdowns. We held them 2
yep,
field goals,
Yeah.
and we did not score on offense. And we ended up punting, getting rid of the ball. And the hit on Olave, hats off to Olave, prayers to him. I hope he's
Right.
Yep.
okay. But that was not an illegal hit. That it wasn't even a super hard hit. He didn't lead with the helmet or the shoulder pads. It was all
Right.
arms. And
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion, the 3 flags that were thrown, the first thing our guys did, and hats off to our guys for that, was they called sideline. Come on, this guy's hurt.
Yes.
And
mm-hmm.
instead of complaining about the call,
Right.
but you know what? We didn't lead with the helmet. No one hit him illegally on that. And I hope Olave's okay. I hate he had to go to the hospital. No one wants to see that happen.
Right.
But
Right.
there was things like that I saw today, the little things that just add up, that, the defense, we could have been down by 4 scores and we weren't.
Easily.
And we got
Hats
True.
off to the defense, man, because they really stepped up, especially right there at the end of the game. We missed that 2-point conversion. They got the ball back with, a little bit over a minute, and they held it all the way down. They held that defensive stand.
Mm.
And I really love the way I saw that. They did not give up. They kept fighting all the way to the end, and it paid off.
Mm-hmm.
it
Hell,
did. I agree.
Jadavian Clowney, it's nice to see you. Nice for you to come to the team, Mr. Clowney. It's nice
Right.
for you to
Yeah,
earn
for
your paycheck.
reals. For reals.
That's right.
About time.
That one tackle that Clowney made, where he went across field and made the tackle, was pretty damn impressive. Where we had missed
Mhm.
one, and he came from the opposite side and shut it down. That was nice, because you don't see that from a player
Mhm.
like in his position, to be able to cross across all those players and make that hit and stop it short.
Yeah.
Lots of little things like that, guys, that just build up, and that's what builds up to wins. It's the little things.
Come on, y'all. It's
Right.
time to eat.
So
I'm hungry too.
so today was
Come on, Ariana.
Legette's 4th touchdown this season.
Mhm.
How are I and like I said, I know kind of a weak moment getting the football ripped away from him on that interception, but
Right.
I
It happens.
really do believe the Jalen Cokers, the Xavier Legette, the Jatavion Sanders, like
Future.
I
That's the future.
I really
Future.
believe we got something special in those 3 guys. Like
Yeah.
Jatavion was today's leading receiver, and
Mhm.
just because like what impressed me, like one was him just jumping and making that catch, even though Bryce threw it as he got hit, like beautiful catch.
Huh?
And then
Well,
the
Ariana's
catch
still not wrong.
the catch and run where he hurdled, stayed in bounds,
Mm-hmm.
and it ended up being a 46-yarder.
That's
Mm-hmm.
right.
Like, what?
And you know how that play developed, Jason? That was such an awesome play. And I'm going to beat this like a dead horse. This is why. What did Bryce do on that drive? On that play, he
He
rolled
rolled
out.
out. He rolled out.
Right. And when you
Yeah.
roll out, that's where the yak comes in. When you
Mm-hmm.
can roll out and hit someone on the run instead of sitting in
Yep.
the pocket, throwing it over the middle, or throwing dink and dunks underneath, when you can roll out and hit someone on the run like that, then that
Mhm.
shows me that you can be an NFL quarterback. And that was a perfect play, and that's what you want to hit is your
Mhm.
tight end like that. You know, that was a monster play on both of them, and
Mhm.
it
Mhm.
led from rolling out, and that's something we haven't seen all year from Bryce is rolling out. Every time he gets out of the pocket, he goes backwards instead of going left or right.
Mhm.
Right.
And
Mm-hmm.
and he finally rolled out today. And every time he rolled out today, we picked up yards or first downs, or in that scenario, a freaking touchdown.
Indeed. And Mr. Carolina, I know you can relate, being a wide receiver, you know, getting plays where the quarterback rolls out and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just really how that play developed and just Bryce being confident on calling audibles and
Yes,
just
yes, yes.
staying in the pocket on the rollouts and just directing traffic. I mean, even taking off on a run took a pretty big hit, but you know what? The young kid,
It got hard.
we're seeing
Yeah.
It got
we're definitely seeing evidence that he's processing things. I think honestly, I think it just comes down to he just has to build consistency.
Yeah.
consistency and confidence. As somebody that played this game for over 20 years and played it at I'm gonna tell y'all straight. When I played the game, I was a nut job. Like I played the game just like my hair was on fire when I actually had hair.
Hmm.
It was it was you confidence is key. Like I was telling my son, he just had his last little game last week. So
Oh,
I was
nice.
telling him, he's
All
like,
right.
he said, Dad, you got any advice? And it's the same advice if I was with Bryce Young, we was in the same locker room, I would tell him, I said, man, just have fun. Like play the
Yeah.
game free. Just play. Have the
Mm-hmm.
confidence, have the swagger, do the thing. So Jay, to your point, when you hear him, and I trust my wife is about to kick me out the living room because I'm yelling so much. Um, when you hear him going up to the line, like we're okay. You see him, like you said, audible. You see him looking around, like that's the confidence that comes with reps and playing the game, and your teammates believing in you. Because as a player, you can feel when your teammates and your brothers are looking at you like this guy don't know what the hell he's doing. Like we're
Hmm.
about
That's
to
right.
lose, or
Yeah.
it's like I know when he's in there, we got a chance to ball. So Bryce can. I think the time he had to sit back and reevaluate was good for him. And sometimes I'm not gonna lie, when I was watching it, and it's not even Bryce, like on that 4th and 2, I'm screaming at my TV like Jesus Christ, Dave. We're 1-7. Just go for the damn play. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Who cares? Just
Yeah.
go for it. Like don't get cute. Just
Balls
go
to the
for it.
wall. Just go for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we're 1-7. We're not playing for nothing. Just go for it.
Right.
Just show
Get
me
aggressive,
something.
man.
Yeah.
Um, and with his
Show me the
play
dog.
calling, with that, I want to the point where the future is. I want to see going forward. I want to see Coker get more attempts because he had the one catch, and it's like I didn't see him again until it
Yeah.
felt like the fourth quarter. Where
Yeah.
the hell did
Yeah.
Jalen Coker go?
There was a lot
I'm
of
scanning my
separation
screen.
issues.
It's he has his first catch was a high point. That's what we always go. I'm gonna high point this ball. I had to jump up and go get it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
X-Man, I think they put up a stat. He had two catches for 3 yards and a touchdown. Like, what the hell? What is that? How do you have two catches for
Yeah.
3 yards and a touchdown? Like, what? What? It's just like if you know these young men are your future, and I know we're trying to be run heavy, but hell, Chuba wasn't even running the ball that much, to be honest with you. At
15
first, it
carries
was
for
like,
79.
yeah, but
Mhm.
he got those carries towards the end. The point I'm trying to make is get your future star receivers more involved in the game early. There should be no reason X-Man doesn't have more targets than what he got. There should be no reason Coker doesn't have more targets than he has.
It's
Understandable.
wide
See,
receiver separation issues, and I've
right,
been
get
pointing
him
this
more
out for a
targets.
few weeks now.
And the X-Man is the wide receiver 1. So
Yeah.
he
Yep.
should really be
Mingo has not been open.
he should be getting a
David
lot of
Moore has
targets.
not been open. Where are they
Uh-uh.
at?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like with those guys being the future, like you got to get them more involved. Especially like I don't know where Adam Thielen's head is at. Um, I mean, we don't have Deontay Johnson anymore, so
Maybe it's play calling. I'm not sure what the issue is with that.
Uh, I I
I
think
don't think
it's
so though.
I don't think it's the play calling either. I think it's
Yeah.
I think really the Thielen's going to be back next week. We've got a chance to go
Right.
against the Giants with Brooks, with Wanham, which we haven't seen yet,
right.
and
Mhm.
Thielen back
Mhm.
next year. I think that honestly, I think this coaching staff is wanting to see what we got and what they drafted and what the youth is on this team in a Coker and with the Leggett, with Sanders, with T.
Brooks.
Sanders, not Miles Sanders, with Brooks
Mhm.
next week.
Hmm.
Um,
Mhm.
that's just my opinion on it. I think they want to see what they got because we know we're not going to be a playoff team. Um, so I think they're trying to evaluate now and make it comfortable for Bryce. So I think the
Mhm.
whole maybe everybody's like, we're screwing Bryce type deal. We're not screwing Bryce. Maybe Dave's saying, hey, look, this is your team for the next 4 or 5 years. Let's see what
Mhm.
we can do. Right. So go out there.
Well,
And
Dave's already said that Bryce is a franchise type quarterback. So I think
yeah,
his main deal is he wants to keep him, but Bryce has got to do Bryce. He's got to step up
Hmm.
and play like he played today.
he's got to play with confidence. And last year,
Yes.
his confidence was 62 sacks or whatever.
Right.
Is
Yeah.
gonna
We had to reset
that's
the
gonna
line to the combo we have now in order for
that's
him to feel
right.
comfortable back there, in order for him to roll out and do what he does.
The
Right
line is no
now,
longer the issue anymore. The line
that's
is not an issue.
exactly that's
Right.
right. We
Uh,
cannot blame you. Are exactly right. We
if we
cannot blame
keep
the
to
line.
this combo, then yes, I would agree. If we start switching back, then
No,
and
the
playing musical
combo.
chairs again like we usually do, then it's going to
No,
become an issue again.
it
That's
doesn't
right.
need to be an issue. Even with what we did now, and like let's just look at it like realistically, fellas. Even if we switch it up now, Bryce really he had time today. It didn't look that bad. Even with Icky out, we didn't look that bad. Even with Icky in last week, they gave up as an offensive line. You're going to give up plays, but our best lineup was I would say either we put Corbin or Christensen at the center position.
Hmm.
That offensive line is solid enough. Y'all remember what it's looked like over the past few years where offensive line looked like some straight shit. It
Yeah.
looked like just some straight shit. It was a turnstile.
Yep.
So this year, our
Can play
offensive
anywhere.
line looked way better. Like way better. We was at least top 5, top 10 offensive line, and we can run the daggone ball. So
Yeah.
Right. And
if
it's
Right.
you keep the
We're
line the way it is, you're good. Of course, you need to add depth. Yaiman, whoever he is, you're like a plug-in offensive lineman. He just Jesus
Yash is
Christ.
not it. I'm
No, you're
telling you,
not a
Yash is not
starter
it.
at all. I would say with this, and I know it's crazy to look, but it's not because we're 27. I would say in this draft, depending on what goes on for the rest of the season, there's a good chance we're going to be picking top 5, most likely.
hmm
Mhm.
Uh,
I say trade back,
DPA,
I've been going
accumulate
back and forth
picks.
between a quarterback and a left tackle.
I
I
wouldn't even
want
say
to.
left tackle. I wouldn't even say left tackle. If we look at it, and I know it's like he's an
Well,
easy
Brady
punching
Christensen
bag.
can play. Brady
Brady
Christensen can
Christensen
play
is not a
everywhere
full
on the
time.
line, though. That's
He's
the
not a
thing.
full
If
time
you
left
put him in at
tackle.
center, then
He's
let's
not
go
a
draft a left tackle.
no. He's not a full time left tackle. and I know we like to give icky
We
shit,
drafted
y'all,
him at left tackle.
but he's not a left tackle.
Yes,
He's
he
not.
is. That's
When
what we drafted him as. Why did we draft
I
him then?
could I can draft you as a wide receiver out of college. That doesn't mean that's what you can play in
That
the
is
NFL,
what he
cousin.
did. Look at his snap count in college.
You're not
That is
listening to
what
what
he
I'm saying,
does.
cause I can
That is his
draft you.
primary
How
position.
many
He
linemen?
can play
How
everywhere
many
else.
linemen? Cause listen, how many linemen are drafted at a particular position and don't play that in the NFL?
It
Let's be
does.
realistic
It
here.
does
It should
happen. It
be
does
though.
happen quite a bit. It does
No, no,
happen
no.
quite a
But
bit.
Hold on.
look at
No,
the
no,
success
no.
over time of those
No,
players.
wait. I'm going to pull one right here. Penei Sewell was drafted as a what?
Wasn't he
Okay,
drafted
Left
as
that was
a
an
tackle.
as a
exception.
as
Left
a guard?
They
tackle.
were intending
No, no,
to
no.
put him at
Penei
right
Sewell
tackle to
was
begin
drafted
with.
as a left tackle.
They were
Where
intending to put him
is
as
he
a right
playing?
tackle to begin with.
Where's he playing? Right tackle,
They
right?
intended to put him as a right tackle the whole
No,
time.
Jesus Christ, you're not listening, cuz they drafted a man as a left tackle. Because if he was coming here, because if we were looking at him, he was going to play what position? Left tackle. Hell, the dude Andre Pete that plays for the Saints was drafted
Which is
as a
where he
what?
should be. I'm
Left
not gonna have
tackle,
him.
but they moved him over
I'm not gonna do this again.
So
because you know you're gonna lose the argument.
I'm not gonna do
It's
this
a
again,
lost
bro.
argument,
I'm not
cousin.
gonna do this again. I've
It's
had
a
this
lost
debate with
argument.
several people,
All right,
and
all right, guys, hold
hold
on
hold,
one sec.
hold
I
Hold
think
on.
I just think that right now the O line is looking good. The O line's looked good since week one almost, except for a
The
couple
Denver
things
game.
here and there. Exactly.
Oh yeah,
You
the
know,
Denver game.
yeah,
right.
That's what the point
So
I'm making.
I mean, honestly,
That's the point
early
I'm
on
making.
in the year, and that was my whole thing against Bryce after the first few games was, dude, we've given you weapons, we've given you an
Got
O
a line.
line, and you're not rolling out, you're not throwing deep, you're throwing scared, and you're throwing 4 yards in front of you, and we're losing yards or getting shut down. You might as well run the ball.
You're seeing ghosts.
So to kind of change this argument up a little bit is the O line has been in the top 10 this entire year.
Yep, that
Um,
is true. That is true.
So
according to
that was my
stats,
point. So why are we
we
drafting?
have been.
What's the point of drafting a
I'm out.
left tackle if we
No,
already have one?
I
What?
do not want to
I'm
see
not doing this.
another. I mean, I think
Man,
I've been
I think
debating this
we're
all
okay.
year, bro. I'm not
look,
doing
Our
this.
y'all can
O-line,
debate with old boy all you want to. I'm trying to keep it $150, and I'm trying to keep it copacetic and professional. If we can't have a
I am
back and
too.
forth as grown men, then that's an issue, cousin. You have your point of view, I can have mine. If we can't be grown men about a conversation, talking about I'm not doing this, what are we
I
doing besides
respect
having a
everybody's points of
conversation?
view about this. I do.
Like I'm not. As I said, I jumped on here, homie, because we all cool. We trying to have a debate. I'm not. If you have making a point, cause I'm not gonna say I'm not doing this with you because that's your point of view. You have yours, I have
All right,
mine.
fair enough.
We keep
Fair
it
enough. Fair
respectable.
enough. Fair
the
enough.
O-line, the
So-
O-line has been very well this year. We have ran the ball well. Honestly, and I'm going to stick to my point on this, was early on in the season and up till now, a lot of the problems up until now was quarterbacks dropping back out of the pocket instead of rolling out
hmm
and not staying in the pocket conservatively and making the passes. And Bryce's biggest problem was throwing for 2-3 yards or behind the line of scrimmage,
hmm
even so a lot. And that's been a problem with Bryce. And that's a Bryce thing. That's not a play calling thing. That's not a Canales thing. That's Bryce not checking down his other receivers. That's Bryce being scared because he's been sacked 62 times last year.
And
That's a confidence thing. But now Bryce is building the confidence. He's talking. The offensive line looks better. And, if we could stop the run, I think we're a lot better. I mean,
yeah,
after watching today, we're a lot better team than we were last week and the week before and 3 weeks ago.
and see,
You get
the thing is that we got to remember. Going back to your point, Mr. Carolina, you got to remember last season we were averaging giving up like a good 3 to 4 sacks a game,
a game.
just about. I
Facts.
mean,
Yeah.
after all, Bryce got sacked 62 times, and like this year, it's definitely safe to say it's a night and day difference. Now,
Abs-
if
Yeah.
if anything, from what I've been seeing, like the the penalties, like they got to get cleaned up in certain games because there have been games where if we're getting like 6, 7 or more penalties, it's too much.
And
There's
they're big
Agreed.
penalties. You're absolutely
And the
right,
Mhm.
Jason.
penalties that we don't need at the wrong time. It's like
right.
bad time penalties where
Mhm.
momentum is being gained and you got a stupid hold, or you got Icky with a hold, or you got
Yeah.
you had Damian Lewis getting bullied one time, or you had Robert Hunt getting beat. It's like it's a bad, which is rare, but these penalties come at bad times.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
again, these are still, we have to remember, as the offensive line gets paid, the defensive line is getting paid too. So they're there to do their job as well. And if we can clean up, like when Derek Brown comes back, he makes a hell of a difference on our defensive line. Let's just call
You're
that what it
damn
is.
right.
He makes
Right.
a hell of a
You're
Yeah.
difference.
Mhm.
you're
Mhm.
If you
absolutely
put him,
100% right.
and I've been shocked, and I've been pleasantly surprised. Like Shy Tuttle, the past few games has actually stepped up his game.
Hmm.
He's been like getting
That's
bullied
true.
over, but he stepped up his game the last couple games. I'm like, okay, Shy, you actually doing something. Ashawn Robinson has stepped
Mhm.
up a
Yes.
little bit
Yep.
in the
Yep.
absence. So I'm like, Trevin Wallace is going to be a dog as a linebacker. He's going
You
to be an
Yep.
damn right
absolute
I
right there,
agree.
savage.
Mr. Carolina. You just
Excellent run
nailed that,
stopper.
baby. You
Absolute
just nailed
savage.
that. He
Now,
is
if
a
we
beast.
he's a dog, bro. So I liked him. I didn't know about him when coming out of Kentucky, but I was like, okay, let me watch some more film on Dirty. I'm like, okay, you got
Yeah.
something. You got something. Now, Mike Jackson,
Yes.
you
Yes.
moonwalking SOB.
Mhm.
I swear to God, I'm telling. I told you I was at the Commanders game. Me and my sons were sitting there. We was at the game.
Uh-huh.
When I tell you they picked on this man all game, I said, Jesus Christ. I said, if they throw, I put my head down. I closed my eyes. I
Uh-oh.
shit you not. And I told my son, I said, who they going to throw it to? I said, I'm not going to look at the play. He said, Mike Jackson. I said, Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
I said, Jesus Christ. I didn't look. I swear to God.
Yeah.
I put my hand over my face. I didn't look at the play. They threw at Mike Jackson. I said, Jesus Christ. Mike Jackson is good for spot starts. Now, do I hope Dane Jackson comes back? Sure. We need, fellas, a legit #2 corner.
Well,
We
Dane
need,
played today.
Yeah.
he did. And I'm hoping he's fully healthy because I
Right.
can't go through another season of watching Mike Jackson as the opposite starting corner besides J.C. Horn. To
I
another
agree
good
with you.
point,
But you know, Mike Jackson had a pretty good game today.
he did. That's what I'm saying. I'm not taking nothing away from him. He had a good game today, and I hope that's consistent. But we need another legit corner. Now, there was Smith. He's a slot corner. He's a slot guy. Mister, what's his name?
Oh, you talking about
Was it Richardson?
Are you talking about Chow Smith Wade?
Right. He's a
Oh, okay.
slot
Yeah.
guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
And
gotcha,
then
gotcha.
the undrafted rookie, Richardson.
Oh yeah,
I
he was
like
the
him.
leading tackler today.
I actually like
Yep.
him as a safety. I like him as a safety. Like
Me
he
too.
plays
Hmm.
like he has something to play for. So I'm like, I like
Yep.
him. We need we need to shore up the run. We need Derek Brown back. We need to find out what we have in Wanham. Clowney, I'm watching his pass rush. I don't know if y'all was looking at it like I was. I was like, dude, if you don't stop doing the same move
Yeah.
over and over, if you
Yeah.
don't come with some
Mm.
type of counter, like Jesus Christ. At least Harris had a counter. He would bull rush, then he would spin inside, he would spin outside. Jadavian,
Mhm.
it would like take particular times for him to put a counter move up. But besides that, it was like the same old, same old. Our defense, we need, I would say, either in free agency or the draft, just go heavy on the defensive side and just make sure we get some run stuff and dogs on the defensive side because too many guys are out of their gap, and that's how these big runs keep getting popped off. Is too many guys are out of their gaps.
You're right. And you know
Seems like
what?
the consensus right now.
That's right. And to be fair, check this out. Something that I read or heard yesterday. Um, we are only accounted for, and get this, this is fantastic.
Hmm.
We are only accounted for $200,000 in dead cap space for next season. We are going to
That's it.
have one of the.
Oh.
That's it. 200 grand.
Mhm.
We and this is a Brant
He's
Tillis
correct.
thing. This is a Brant Tillis thing. 200 grand is all we have in dead cap space. which leads to also this trade that a lot of people hated on the Deontay Johnson. We didn't get enough back. We didn't get this. That was part of the process. And it was like he was going to walk anyway. We don't eat any.
Yeah.
We're not eating any dead cap space. We got what we did, even if 2 other trades were proposed to us for Deontay Johnson, and they were both worse than the one that we ended up taking. We took the one. We moved up a draft space.
Really?
$200,000
Interesting.
is all we have in dead cap space.
I didn't hear what the other 2 offers were.
The other 2, they didn't even say the names, but they were going to be 6 rounders.
That's how bad it was.
Oh,
wow.
6 rounders only. 6 rounders only is all we were going to get, and that was going to be
it. Oh my goodness!
So,
Are you?
Jeez.
Wow.
That's it.
You got to think
that
about it.
sends
Like,
an immediate message as far as like how bad our wide receiver core is to the rest of the league.
we weren't going to. But you had what did who got traded before him? What did
DeAndre
Hop went for like a
Hopkins.
5th or a 6th?
Oh
Fifth.
yeah, when he
5th or
got
6th.
A 5th.
We swapped a
Fifth.
5th and a 6th.
And Deontay's, as much as I liked him here, is nowhere on DeAndre Hopkins' level.
No.
Not even close to
no,
that.
you're right.
No.
You're right. I agree.
We're not.
So
Nobody's
that
saying
Hop,
that.
yeah, Hop set the bar. Now I'm saying Hop set the bar for the market as what you're going to get as compensation as far as a wide receiver goes. That's why I was saying that.
And Deontay didn't even step on the field today. And Amari Cooper was the second best out of the 3 trades, and he hasn't done anything either. And then we're sitting here looking at we're looking at the Cowboys, who have no running game. They let Tony Pollard go, and Tony Pollard's out here killing it with Tennessee. Even though they're not scoring points, he's still running the ball because their defense is halfway decent. And why would they not keep him? So you go back to it. It's a financial thing, a business standpoint that we brought Brent Tillis in here for, to team up with Morgan, the football guy. They nailed the draft last year. We get draft picks high this year, and some of the moves they made, like Coker in the offseason, as an undrafted free agent. Some of the moves they made. That's right. Amani Richardson. That's right. Yeah. I mean, these moves have been really good. And
question for you guys. Question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
By Wednesday, and I want all of y'all to answer truthfully.
Okay.
Do you see Miles Sanders still being here past Wednesday?
Probably yes. Because I don't think anyone's going to give us anything more than a 7th rounder for Sanders.
And then there's a part 2 to that question. I want everybody to answer truthfully.
Okay.
Do you see him here past Wednesday? And if he is, with Jonathan Brooks coming back, what do you do with Miles Sanders if he's still here past Wednesday?
I think I don't know. That's a good question.
Dang, that's a tough question.
This is an interesting one.
Because here's what we got to think about too: is Chuba's coming up on a contract? Are we keeping Chuba? But
yes, we better.
We better keep Chuba.
Oh yeah.
Well, and that goes back to our $200,000 dead cap space. We're going to have a lot of money in free agency next year. We're going to be in the top 5 in the NFL in free agency, because we are not rolling $15 million in dead cap salary, or $12 million or $5 million, right? So we're going to be able to hit free agency hardcore this year, and we're going to have killer draft picks again. So you team up that, from a business standpoint, we are going to have a lot of money to spend, and a lot of rookies that are not due for. I mean, hell, even Bryce isn't due for anything for 2 more years. Leggett, Coker, nobody. Sanders, none of these guys are due for money for 4 years. So we are going to be set after this year. That's why it's a 2 to 3 year process and not an overnight thing that Matt Rule tried to do, what Tepper tries to push, what other teams try to do. This will be our rebuild year this year, and next year we could actually go out and sign whoever the hell we want to. And do whatever we want to because we already have. Think about it. Hunt's already on the books. Damian Lewis is already on the books.
Yep.
Icky's on the
Brown,
book.
Icky's on the books.
Yep.
Icky's on the books. Derek Brown's
Mo's
already
on
on
the
the
book.
books.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already set for the future, and we're not even realizing this from a business standpoint. 200,000 in dead cap. We're going to have so much cap money next year that who really cares? We could go sign whoever we wanted to,
Pretty much.
and and making those signs this year in mid-season or early this year on a rebuild wouldn't have made sense. But next year
No.
it's going to make sense because we can go swipe the plate from all these free agents, right? You want to go bring Sam Darnold back in? We can bring Sam Darnold back in. He's a free agent. You want to go sign whoever? I don't care. You just name it. We can go out and do it because we've brought in the offensive linemen. We've brought in defensive guys. We've made the right moves from a financial standpoint, and we're seeing what our young rookies, it's not costing our cap anything, can do. And that is a smart game plan by the management in Tillis and Morgan. And guess what? Who has not said a word this year, and we all hate him.
Oh, thank God. Yes. Jesus
Thank God,
Christ.
Good point.
He has not said a word this year like he promised. So he's seeing, and math doesn't lie, right? So we are, I mean, in my opinion, and I'm not going to overstep my boundaries here, but I'm going to turn it over back to you guys. But think about all that and think about the future of next year. And I still call this year a 5-team win, a 5-win season.
I agree.
I think next week is going to be our third. I think we can squeeze out a couple more wins this year.
We better beat the Giants.
Yeah.
We're starting to get back on track.
Yeah.
And I think Thielen's going to come back here this next year as a veteran slot guy, a mentor, exactly. And I think he wants to be here. Unlike Deontay, I think Deontay said what he was supposed to say and wanted to be here, but we all know. I mean,
right.
I love Deontay, but he's caused some locker room issues in Pittsburgh, and he didn't really cause them here. We got rid of it before it got caused.
Which is fair.
We moved up. We moved up one draft pick. So I mean, just think about that and let me know what you think.
So, I guess I'll answer next. I'll keep it quick and then I'll give it to you, Corey. What kind of made this a little bit difficult, Mr. Carolina, is I really would have loved to have seen Jonathan Brooks by now, just to get that taste. But word is he's going to play in the Germany game against the Giants.
Good.
Here's the thing. When it comes to the running back core, because I know you mentioned Miles Sanders, Chuba top priority, like
absolutely,
no questions asked.
Absolutely.
With Miles, here's my issue. I don't really like the type of plays that have been necessarily called for Miles.
I agree.
Yeah.
So it's like, and that's where I'm torn at. That's where I'm torn at because, like, I mean, the dude's got hands. I give him that, in the receiving game. I just really feel like there haven't been any sort of Miles Sanders friendly like plays called for him, like when he's given the ball.
Yeah.
So
even the one today I seen where he caught the little screen, you saw the frustration when he threw the ball down.
Yeah. And like
3rd and short type stuff, like he's a power back and he's not.
Yeah, what in the world were those calls?
Yeah, that's what they did.
That's the
with,
stuff that
that's
I
what
was
they're
talking about.
using.
Bryce was talking to Dave about on the sidelines. He was just like, what are these play calls?
Exactly.
Like, I need to be doing this and this and this.
Yeah.
Not what you're calling.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm like, I'm torn. But
because if it's 3rd and 2, why are you not running Chuba, or 4th and 2? Why are you not running Chuba, who's going to pick up 2 yards? The guy's averaging 5 yards every time, and you're going to put Sanders in on 3rd and 2, and for what? He's not that back. He's not a power back. I mean, he's a third option. I mean, I
It
don't
didn't
know.
make sense.
He's graduated to more than that, to me. So yeah,
So
he's not a power back.
So I'll say this. Do I think there's a strong chance he could be gone by Tuesday?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Dallas Cowboys, call us.
Yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
I know we
They don't
originally
want him going back to Philly.
Nope.
I-
Dallas Cowboys, call
That's
us.
when they're going to start getting involved.
if
And it's going
any
to be a bidding war.
if anything I'll say yes, and if anything I'm just really hoping that Jonathan Brooks works out, because let me tell you right now, if Jonathan Brooks works out, we have Smash and Dash 2.0. Like
You're
Yep.
exactly right.
1,000%.
like by
1,000%.
Correct.
like pretty much by default. And the thing
Yep.
is, because I'm still confident, get ready, y'all. Chuba's getting 1,000 yards rushing this year.
You
Oh, yeah,
damn
I see
right.
it.
Absolutely.
Was he at? Oh, was he almost at 700? I think was he almost at 700.
700, yeah.
I think after today it puts him there. I think after today. But
Let me double check.
but like
I'm looking too.
because they don't update the main stats until like a day later, I think.
That's true. Yeah. Good point.
Or something like that. I could be wrong, but that man's hitting 1,000 yards rushing.
He's the
He had
number
72
5
today.
Yeah, he had 72 today, 2 touchdowns, and
15 carries.
15 carries. Yeah, so we still didn't even hit the run game like we said we were going to do. We're hitting 15 carries.
He's at 593 for the year.
Does that include today or not including today?
Not
Including
including today. Is that including today?
Yeah, that's included today. ESPN
Okay.
has the Saints stats up here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And my thing is, you got to remember, he hit 902 last year. But
Oh, he's
see,
gonna surpass that.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
but see, here's the thing: he had 238 carries last year.
True.
Like, he only has 118 carries currently, but
Correct.
but honestly, you know, being at only 25, he's 25 years old. He just turned 25 back in June. Like, honestly, I think we got our main in him. But if Jonathan Brooks turns out well, oh, that is Smash and Dash 2.0 by default.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And if we want to continue to stay run heavy, oh, there's no doubt I think that would work out. As long as Dave Canales doesn't get fancy at the wrong times.
Right.
Not to mention, and see, Mr. Carolina, you touched on that. Look at the interior. Robert Hunt, Damian Lewis. Shoot, do you know how many times, like, let's just say, if I were to take this as a Madden situation, do you know how many times I would call runs, those traps, right up that middle?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
And just have them bulldoze?
That's guaranteed
Bulldoze.
yards.
Facts.
Guaranteed yards.
Me too.
Because
Guaranteed.
think about
Yeah.
it. How often, seriously, how often have we seen Chuba lose yardage this season?
Not in between
Not
those gaps.
many,
Barely.
Not between those gaps.
if at all.
None.
This dude
I
is
own him in my fantasy league. He kills it every week, man.
Right.
this dude is
I mean,
this dude is averaging half a first down per run. Like,
Improved offensive line.
It's true. Yeah.
indeed.
he's the number 5 running back in the NFL right now, and the reason he's
He's
number
putting up
5
Derrick
is,
Henry numbers.
He is, and the reason he's number 5 is because he's not a catching back, so that's why he's number
Mhm.
5 instead of like number 3, so to speak, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Not only that, this is another player, like a certain player that we used to have, that is very
Jonathan Stewart.
soft spoken. I was
Yeah.
going to say
Stewie.
very soft spoken. So I really think he's priority. But if Jonathan Brooks works out, run game, no problem.
Well, and if you look at it,
Mhm.
Jason, you're exactly right. Because if you look at it from a financial standpoint, from a business standpoint, it makes sense because Chuba gets paid the next contract,
Hmm.
and running backs are looked as I mean, their career shorter. So over the last 8 years, the running back game, money wise, has gone down. And Brooks is going to be on a rookie. Chuba's coming off of the rookie. So now you've got D'Angelo, Jonathan Stewart 2.0. Where we screwed up is we ended up paying Tolbert as much as the other two were getting paid. So we had three running
Oh, good
backs.
good point.
Big,
Good point.
You see what I'm
big
saying?
fact.
We had
Yep.
Fact.
three running backs with Tolbert, Stewart, and D'Angelo all making 20 million plus a year apiece. We're sitting there at like $70 million on three running backs, one being a fullback.
Hmm.
So
Mhm.
we can't do that with a Miles Sanders. I mean, we've got to make that decision. And Chuba being the younger and is coming up, either we get a really good trade for him and rely on Brooks and keep Sanders here as the backup, or vice versa, we get rid of Sanders and we keep Chuba here on an extension. And the best thing to
I,
do is sign Chuba now
Hmm.
to an extension
yeah,
before we get to the end of the year, because then it's going to save us some money and we can backlog some. And then hope Brooks comes out to be what we're expecting him to be, right?
Mhm.
Because running backs are not what they used to be 8, 10 years ago. Running backs were where it's at, and everybody overpaid for running backs. Now
Right.
they're underpaying running backs to the point where the running backs are like, dude, we're filing complaints against this because we're workhorses out here. And it's like, yeah, well, you've got an 8-year career, you're done. I mean, he ain't Christian McCaffrey. I mean, yeah, would I love to have Christian McCaffrey here still? Yes, but guess what? I
heck
own
yeah.
Christian McCaffrey in 3 fantasy leagues, and he hasn't stepped on the freaking field yet this year. And the reason I have
Yeah,
him in 3
Oh
years
yeah.
is because I
Grab
have
him
a
I
into the
noticed
first
draft.
round
that.
draft pick in all 3 leagues. And it's like, dude, you're not getting any younger, and a running back's career doesn't last as long as, and that's why backup quarterbacks get paid so much, because now you got Flacco coming back out, taking over for Anthony Richardson, and
That's wild.
you got Derek Carr out here. You've got veterans now. It's starting to be proven. Like my point I've been trying to make is we're throwing rookie quarterbacks in and expecting them to do Brett Favre things, where Jordan Love sits back behind. We have Rodgers that sits for 3 years behind Favre, comes out, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer. Now we got Jordan Love that set 3 years, and now we're rushing quarterbacks out here because it turned into a passing league. So now the receivers are the ones that make the money. The quarterbacks make the money. The running backs are getting screwed across the board because they're just like, oh yeah, you're dime a dozen now. We can just draft you in the 3rd or 4th round, use you for 3 years, and once your contract comes up after your rookie, then we let you go. That's where Dallas and teams screw up. That's where Dallas is screwed up on Tony Pollard.
Mm.
Dallas is sitting here with no running backs at all. Ezekiel Elliott, you brought him back. Are you serious? The worst business move ever.
Ugh.
Tony Pollard's over here getting 120 yards a week with Tennessee
Killing
and
it.
killing it. Exactly, Mr. That's right, dude. I'm telling you, killing it. I've got him in my lineup every week in 2 leagues. He gets me 17, 18 fantasy points every week. And that's without getting a touchdown. That's just him out there producing. And so you can't sit on running backs forever, but you got to ride it while it's good.
Yes, sir.
And, it gets really, really tricky. You
Hmm.
got guys out here like a chain now with Miami. A chain last year absolutely slays it with Miami. Once Tua goes down, He's not getting the ball anymore. Tua comes back, he's back up to 25 fantasy points a week. And he's not running the ball 100%. He's running the ball 50%, but he's also catching passes.
They
So you got to
almost
pass.
beat the Bills.
They
Fair
did.
point. Yeah.
And
Yeah, they
that's
almost beat
right.
the Bills.
So
Funny stat, real quick, yo. Funny stat. I just looked at something. Derek Carr is now the first QB in NFL history to lose to all 31 teams.
Oh
nice.
man!
Wow. Dang.
Well, that's what happened. That's what happens when you go to three
And
teams.
he can still lose
in
to the
two
Raiders
different.
too, because the Raiders are on his schedule too.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's going to be a hard loss if they lose to the Raiders.
Wow.
That's going to be
Dang.
like watching a game like today. I mean, but yeah, that's a crazy stat. Good stat, man. Good call.
Yeah.
That's a stat you don't want to have as a quarterback.
So
Ever.
Yeah, it's like today's stat. We're who's fighting to have the longest losing streak because the Jets won the other night, so now it's up to us, the Saints, and whoever loses today has the longest losing streak. So
Yeah.
now the Saints have the longest losing streak.
So Corey,
Yeah.
your chance to answer the question because we didn't officially give you a chance. Miles Sanders, Mr. Carolina's question.
I think that I like a lot of the points that you were pointing out, Blitz. You kind of stole a lot of my thunder here. We're not pressured to make a trade before the trade deadline. That's number one, with this. Because we don't have a lot of info on Brooks as an NFL running back yet. And that's why I'm saying once we get an idea of who he is, and that's why I've been kind of halfway pushing to see if maybe we can get him a few snaps here in the next two games before the trade deadline, just to see who he is. That way we have the option to move Miles before the trade deadline if we need to. But the thing is, I don't think we should be rushed into that trade without proper information.
I agree.
But like Blitz just said, if this dude turns out to be smash and dash, man, we've really got something here. And, it would benefit us to move Miles at that point. But looking at it from the other side of the token, if he doesn't turn out to be good, then you're stuck with just Chuba if you move Miles Sanders, and that's a danger. That's a risk. So I don't know what the right thing to do here is. It's a Vegas style gamble. And like I say, I would not rush into this decision lightly.
So what do you think, Corey? Do you think that what's your thoughts on, and we all love Chuba. I love Chuba. I think we should re-sign him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Chuba, that's absolutely re-signed.
So what if someone comes to us next week and offers us a second or a third for Chuba? Before Tuesday.
No.
I agree. I was just
Automatic
saying
no.
that could happen. Like the Cowboys could come out, and are we relying on this? Because really, I mean,
you better give me
trying
CeeDee
to
Lamb
get,
immediately.
They've been trying to get
give me
JC
CeeDee.
Horn in trade offers. There's been rumors.
There's been rumors for Miles Sanders. There's been rumors for Clowney. There's been rumors for Horn. Which actually,
Clowney, I would say yes.
They said
Clowney-
Clowney
I-
ain't going nowhere.
I don't
Clowney
think
ain't
Clowney's going. I don't think Clowney's going anywhere because Clowney's from this area and he came
Right.
here for a reason.
I doubt he would move though. Yeah, I doubt he would want.
Yeah,
that.
his grandmother is, dying, and
Okay.
he wants
Right.
to be here.
If the circumstances were different, I would say yes, and it would depend on the value. But the circumstances are what they are, so no.
Right. So, what do you think Chuba's contract's gonna be?
That I have no idea. I don't deal with contracts and stuff like that. That's more your area.
Well, I was gonna say, because Mr. Carolina, I don't think you gave us your answer. So you asked the question, but What about you?
Good point.
I could see us moving him to a team, as you guys mentioned, like the Cowboys, who are in need of a running back. I believe they said the Chargers are in need of a running back.
You're
That's
right.
true.
There's I'm trying to think of another team. Y'all help me here. There's another team I think they said out west that is in need of running back help, but I can't think of the top of my head. But I could see us doing that.
The Raiders are in need.
Raiders. Yeah, there you
Oh,
go.
yeah.
There it is.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So I could see that
Mm,
happening.
yeah.
Um, to
I'd
your
rather
point,
him not
Jay.
end up in the Raiders, though.
True. Yeah. I mean, I said I don't have nothing against Miles Sanders. I like Miles Sanders. I don't think he was used properly like this year. To your point, some of the plays
Right.
we're calling for him are not Miles Sanders esque. Like that's not what he was
Agreed.
efficient at, even with Philly
Agreed.
and with a little bit we had here. You're not using him in his best scenario. So um, I could see us moving on because Jonathan Brooks and Chuba are the future in the backfield. Um, I could see him being moved for maybe if we can get a 6th round pick for him, because nobody's going to give him because his value has not increased because of the way that we are playing him. It
That's a
Well,
fair
doesn't.
yeah,
point.
you're
Yeah,
you're
six
you're
is about
exactly
good.
right. And
Yeah,
I would agree.
running backs have been considered a dime a dozen now too. So
Right.
right. So it's not going to work. And to
Package deal, maybe?
package, I could see that one. Like I was thinking uh Thielen for a minute, but I actually like Thielen here. Like I don't want to see us trade Adam Thielen. To me, it does.
Yeah.
I like him here because he's a professional. He does his job. He does.
Right.
He showed
Right.
that one bit of frustration, but
He
Adam
wants to
Thielen's a
be here,
constant professional. Yeah, so like
right.
don't
and
leave
he's
him.
proven it.
Don't trade him. Yeah, that's what I like. I like his demeanor. I like how he interacts with the young receivers. I like how he interacts with Bryce.
He's a
Everything. He's
coach.
that vet. He's like
He's a
Udonis
coach on the
Haslam.
field.
Yeah,
Udonis
he's like
Haslam.
Udonis Haslam on the
There
defense.
you
Oh.
go.
You're older vet. You can contribute when called upon, but
Hmm.
we need you to help with the young guys, that are coming in. Would I trade Chuba? Absolutely not. Uh, I think we're on the same page here. Like, if Dallas calls about Chuba, you better give me CD Lamb. What's the dirty's name? Diggs and a bunch of future firsts.
Mm.
Unlikely
Get
to happen, just like we're unlikely to trade them.
Mi-
Like
That's probably not gonna
Mr.
happen.
Mr.
Should get it
Carolina.
right this time.
Mr. Carolina's like, you better give me a meal for it. You better give me a
you, be-
Michelin
I agree
restaurant
because
meal
you
for
better
I
it.
agree
Yeah.
because
you better
yes,
supersize that meal. You better supersize
I
it real
agree.
large if we're gonna
So
do that. No,
Mr.
you don't. You
He
don't
had
make a
So
trade
Mr.
barbecue
like
this
Car-
that.
time.
so Mr. Carolina, let me ask you this: with
Sure.
the injuries that's happened to the tight ends, two
Mhm.
ACLs torn with tight ends with the Dallas Cowboys.
Mhm.
Ian Thomas and Miles Sanders to the Cowboys. What
Yes.
would you take for that? That
Ooh.
to me because
I was
they
going
are
to
hurt.
suggest that
They're
same thing,
hurt.
Chad.
They're they are hurting at tight end. They're
Hmm.
hurting at running back. Um,
Right.
if they came back at an Ian Thomas and a Chuba or an Ian Thomas and a Miles Sanders, um, because I think that those, if anything happens by Tuesday at four
Mhm.
o'clock, it's going to be the Dallas Cowboys, in my opinion, because they're
I agree.
struggling. They're struggling at tight end. They're struggling at running back for sure because those dumbasses let Tony Pollard go
Hmm.
like crazy and re-signed Ezekiel Elliott. And it's like, what are you doing? So I mean, I think those are the two that's going to come in. I don't think we're going to let Thielen go because we're not going to
No.
get enough for him. But an Ian
No.
Nah.
Thomas and a Miles Sanders or an Ian Thomas and a Chuba to the Cowboys to me is what I'm seeing in the future.
I
Um,
would do that. Ian Thomas can go. Ian Thomas could have been gone.
Hmm.
oh,
Yeah.
He's
absolutely.
had more
Yeah.
than enough time to get stuff
He
done, and he
could have
hasn't
been
done
gone.
it.
Yeah.
Three
And
different coaches.
as you
Especially
can
after
see,
Sanders today. I mean, especially
Yeah.
after today and Sanders today.
And a proper head coach now.
Yes.
we have the head coach now, and that's what I said.
You've
To your
had 8
point,
weeks.
Sanders is the future. Trimble's the future. we're good on the tight end. So if we're gonna do a 6 for Miles, you're gonna nobody's gonna give you more than a 6 or a 7 for Ian Thomas because he hasn't done anything. Yeah, blocking tight
Yeah.
ends are at a premium, but nobody's
7th
gonna give you more
probably.
than that.
Yeah,
That's
he's
it. So
the
we're
old
gonna look.
school fullback.
Do you go 6th and 7th, and then maybe some cash
If you're lucky.
considerations?
So
That's it.
I pulled up the Tankathon. I just wanted to share the number of picks, what picks we have so far. So far, this is what we have. So we have one pick in the first round, currently number 3 in the first round.
Oh, we
Oh,
moved back. Okay.
yeah.
Mm.
For the second round, we have one pick in the second round, pick number 44, which was
Mhm.
that's the pick that we got from the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Third round, we have the first pick of the third round, pick number 65.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, now it's about to get a little bit interesting. Fourth round, we have one pick, pick number 107, which
Mhm.
is the sixth pick in the fourth round.
Nice.
Round number 5, we have 3 picks. We have pick 140, pick 143, and pick 159. Because pick 140 we got from the Giants. 143 is what we have by default, and 159 was the one we just got from Baltimore. So we got 3 picks in the fifth round. We have no picks in the sixth round. So no picks in the sixth round.
Actually, if they re-sign Deontay Johnson to the Ravens, then we get that we get the compensatory pick for the sixth round.
Yeah.
If
That's
But
they
it has to
re-sign
be
him.
higher than the Chiefs, I think, right?
that's not
Yeah,
that's for next year, not the year afterwards.
no, next year. If they
Next year.
re-sign Deontay
Oh,
Johnson, we get that sixth round back.
well,
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Duly
yeah.
noted.
That is a fact that I know that I've been watching. So if they don't
Mm-hmm.
re-sign him, then guess who gets that comp pick? The Ravens, not us.
Gotcha. Duly
Yep.
noted. Duly noted. And then for the seventh round, we actually have 3 picks in the seventh round. Pick 218, pick 230 that we got from San Francisco, and
Mm-hmm.
pick 256.
Yep.
I'm sorry, look at Cam Jordan is such a sore loser. He's a sore loser. Jesus Christ.
Wait,
This man is sorry. He said we just lost to the Panthers. It's just like, dude, you guys are doing 7-2.
yeah.
Like just take the L. Just
Wow.
take the L and keep it moving. Like, I love y'all, New Orleans. Truly
Yeah.
had higher expectations than the best of coach for us. You guys were butt before you played us.
Right.
Y'all won against us and the Cowboys, and then y'all been getting your teeth stomped in for the rest of it. What do you? What? You're like you're on a Super Bowl run. So I was reading that, and I'm like, really, dude? Really?
We messed him up that badly. We messed him up that badly, I guess.
That's right. We pissed
Like
them
people
off.
are
Yeah.
like, we can't believe we lost to these guys. Like, we're still a professional football team.
Yeah.
And we're not the worst team
We've
in the
always
league.
shown that we have this kind of talent.
I mean, we have the
We've
talent.
shown
Look at
flashes of it in the Raiders game and Bengals game and Atlanta game. So
yeah,
it's been there.
we're not
It's
the
just been
worst team in the
sleeping.
league. We can look at teams like the Giants, the Saints, the Panthers. We can look at the Raiders. We can look at the Patriots. I mean, who's the worst team? I mean,
Yeah. I'd say we're like 25th, somewhere around that range.
that's probably about right. Yep.
If you had to rank it.
It's just good not to be the butt of jokes. Like, it was, I don't know
Yeah.
about y'all, but it was bad.
Exactly. We needed
Like,
this
being
for
the
our
butt
mental
of
health.
every show. I couldn't agree more. Like this,
Yeah.
if y'all could have been at that Commanders game with me, bruh, there were Panther fans sprinkled in, but it was so much crap being talked to me, dude. As I'm sitting there, and as a Panther fan, I'm just like, oh my god, I want like y'all
Oh,
make a place where we
I
can
was
shut
at
them
the
up just
Atlanta
for
game
like
and I was
make
hearing
a play.
crap too.
yeah, I feel you on that, Mr. Carolina. I definitely
Mm-hmm.
feel you on
It's
that.
but these like I'm looking at these guys like y'all haven't been relevant in 20 years. Like just sit down somewhere. Like shut
Yeah.
up.
Right.
But
Yeah.
but I couldn't say nothing because we're getting our teeth kicked in. So it's like,
Right.
oh my
Yeah.
god. But
That hurts, man.
today felt good. Today
Yeah.
felt good. It was a stepping stone that I pray to God we build upon. Even
Right.
if it's just for, like we said, the development of the young guys. Just keep developing
Right.
the young guys. And even if we don't win, say 5 games, I'm okay with that as long as we
Yeah.
show development going into the off season. I'm
Right.
quite all right with that.
Exactly. Because
Mm-hmm.
I would rather not have the first or second pick and still develop these young guys and win games and end up with the fifth or sixth or seventh. It's so much easier when you
I'm
have the
okay with that.
fifth. It's so much easier
Hmm.
to draft when you have the fifth, sixth, or seventh, or eighth, or whatever, than it is to have the first or second. Because now you got to decide: are we going to give up on a quarterback that we got to play and draft a Cam Ward that we haven't seen? I mean, keep in mind, dude, Cam Ward's killing it. He's killing it. I mean, and Miami's 9-0, but they have played 0 top 25 teams this year.
Mm.
So now
And
that
that's
they're
that's a
zero,
scary thing.
Well,
That's
that is
that's
ze-
scary
that is
thing.
very scary.
Duke
They're
has beaten a
0
couple
and
of
0.
big teams though. That's the thing.
They
True.
have.
And
Duke. Well, I actually
to put up 400 yards on Duke's defense when they've
he's
been doing
so
some work on some teams, man. That's interesting.
Hey,
it is.
just a heads up, y'all. Jared has joined us.
What's going
Hey,
on,
What's going
Jared,
Jared?
on, Jared?
Going on, guys?
what's up, bro?
Hi, how you
So,
feeling?
funny thing is, I halfway made good on it. I was really frustrated with how we've been playing. So I was like, you know what? I'm going out to play pickleball with my friends. But it turns out I did catch kind of like the last, and like I followed it, of course, but I kind of caught the last quarter.
Hmm.
And like the biggest thing for me was, I think that's being not really talked about enough, is the way Bryce Young bounced back after the pick. That was not
Mhm.
his fault. You know,
That's right.
Mhm.
he drops a perfect dime to Leggett, who's been really good, but he's a rookie. And he let it go off his hands. But then, like, the next drive leads him down for a touchdown. Like, it's things like that that you haven't seen that, yeah, like he was saying, even if we win 5 games, like, you'll take that because it was a big moment, I think, for him.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Agreed.
absolutely.
Agreed.
And defense was a lot better. I mean, we're still giving up way too many rushing yards, but to get a sack the way we did on a critical drive
Hmm.
was just you're seeing signs of a
Yeah.
little of maybe we're gonna get a little bit better toward the season goes on, which we need to because it's gonna get tougher.
You're
Yeah.
right. Exactly right. And with that being said, bud, um, giving up the rushing yards has been a problem all year.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
But we have, it's Alvin Kamara. I mean, it's not like we're giving it up to,
Right.
Correct.
right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you give it up where you got to give it up. We didn't give it up in the air today.
Hmm.
We gave it up on the ground, and sometimes you have to do that sacrifice.
Yeah.
And the Saints tried to play us like where I mean, Chuba Hubbard only had 78 yards or 80 yards today, but he had 2 touchdowns. They had to give it up where it was going to be given up, and it wasn't really in. They balanced it on defense where we said, okay, here, Kamara, run the ball. We're not going to let you throw on us. But I'll tell you this, 40 what was it, 52 yards was given up by Kamara in the first quarter. So when you break that down over 4 quarters, it kind of slowed him down in the second and third.
Lots of improvement for sure.
Right. So, I mean,
Mhm.
most of his yards came from the first quarter. And did he even score a touchdown today? I don't think he did. Kamara didn't touch the end zone.
No. He just got the rushing yardage, but no touchdown.
That's right. So, I mean, you kind of got to look at it like a win there because someone's going to take control. Was it going to be Olave? Well, no, it wasn't going to be Olave because we knocked him out of the game. And like I said, I think that was a crap call because we didn't hit him illegally, but whatever.
Yeah.
The game's over. Yeah, someone's going to take over. It wasn't like Buffalo giving up a chain. I mean, a chain came out today and absolutely slayed it. And he had 58 receiving yards, 65 rushing yards, a receiving touchdown, a rushing touchdown. We didn't give that up to Kamara. We gave him his yards. But they couldn't pass on us in certain aspects. So we had to, we had to kind of look at that too.
I honestly thought that their touchdown pass was incomplete. I thought they should have challenged them.
I thought so too. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Because that ball definitely slid.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh,
I
yeah,
agree.
that's right. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
That would have been a close one, fella. I ain't gonna keep. I'm keeping, but that would have been a close one. That would have been a close one.
That's what you got instant replay for, right there.
At the end of the day, it's fortunate because, like, even if they challenged it, like, if it's not 100%, you have to go with the call.
Right.
But
it looked like that thing slid.
But
just a little bit.
But I gotta throw this in there. But what we saw for the first time in this game? We saw Bryce pretty much deliver his first game-winning drive in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like
last year he had a couple that were field goals, but this one was the first one I think where he had a
touchdown.
Yeah, he had a touchdown. And don't get me wrong, the defense did their part afterwards and shut down the Saints on that final drive. But just seeing Bryce a game-winning drive together, down, needed to get in the end zone, defense set them up and just stayed poised. And
let me tell you, dude, that third down throw to Leggett, not the one that caused
beautiful,
but the one on the last drive.
Yes.
Was a dime. That was an absolute dime.
Yeah, stepped up, threw that right down the middle, corner, right down the middle, hole in one.
I think Leggett's gonna be. And the crazy thing is, I think he's got like a touchdown in 4 straight games.
He does. Jay pointed that out earlier. He does.
And that's even with him kind of having a few drops like earlier today. Like if he can just kind of clean up those, he's gonna be he'll be a force.
And don't let the man take the ball from you.
Yeah,
right.
He's got to work on that.
That's what frustrated me.
Because that stat goes against Bryce Young, not against Xavier Leggett, and
exactly.
And
nobody's ball.
That was not an interception by Bryce. He threw a freaking absolute.
Absolutely.
He threw it right to where he could catch it. Now let me.
But the books and the numbers won't reflect that.
Let me say one thing in his defense, though. Like he is a rookie, and I would kind of expect a few of those here and there. He's got to learn to shield his body and just secure the catch. I think he was a little more worried about getting yaks than he was secure the catch.
Yeah,
fair point.
He'll learn that as he gets older. That's a vet move. Veterans know how to box you out real quick. Catch. That's a veteran move. That if Deontay Johnson or Thielen were here, they would have boxed out, secured the catch as you mentioned, and then
Yeah.
going to the ground. It's a vet move.
Mhm.
That's right.
So
And you know what? They might have even lost that because it was so close that when he caught it, he was going down and the dude just took it from him.
It was a hell of a
And
defensive play. It was a hell
yeah,
of a defensive play.
it was one hell of a defensive play, and um, the ball was thrown about as perfect as you could ask for. I mean, it was on the money,
Yeah.
and I couldn't even believe it because I was
Mhm.
like, "Oh my
Beautiful
god,
pass.
You
dude,
couldn't have placed it any better. He couldn't place it any
no!"
better if he walked it
And
over
you
there
know
and
what?
put it in his arm.
And Leggett caught the ball and had it, but you know what? He was also the defender had to back to the ball. Leggett, as he went down, falling, which none of us. I mean, hell, shit, dude. I couldn't. I don't know if I would have held on to that ball. I'm falling backwards. I caught the ball. The dude
yeah,
took it from me as I'm going down backwards, and he took it. And that was just one of those plays. That's one of
yeah,
those plays where the stats should not go against the quarterback.
right.
And but unfortunately it does because it was a perfectly placed ball. And Leggett made the catch, but he's falling backwards, and the dude is still standing upright, holding with him, and took the ball from him. So I mean,
Yeah.
you know what? It was just a perfect defensive play, and Leggett tighten up on holding that, but at the same time, I can't blame you, bro.
Yeah, and he'll
So
get
Right.
better. He'll get
so
older, and he'll.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I didn't interrupt you.
Um, another thing I noticed on that last drive was it just me, and I could be totally wrong. Was it just me, or did it seem like after Chuba broke that last tackle before getting into the end zone, I think he kind of tried to slow down a little bit to run out the clock a little more before he got into the end zone? Did anybody kind of get the feeling of that?
I did
Hmm.
because actually when he scored, I
Good
was like,
point.
we left. I
Too
said the
much time
same
on the
thing,
clock.
Jason. I said
Mhm.
we left too much time on the clock. I mean, we didn't even get it to the 2 minute warning. I was like, now I'm worried.
Yeah, and we also
That's
needed. We also
Yeah.
find a
Hmm.
way to get that 2 point conversion too. Like we really needed that.
Hmm.
Especially the way our defense has been playing. I said the same thing. We left too much time on
Yeah.
the clock.
Same. I
Yeah,
did
I
not
was
have
like,
a problem with
damn,
that
I'm
part.
looking at this and we still got so much time on the clock. And
Yeah.
it's like, dude, they're
Right.
gonna march the field. That's why I'm giving hats off. My grades today, my grades today were I give the defense a B. The defense shut down. Uh, they held them to three field goals that could have been touchdowns. Um, I give the special teams a C plus, mainly because of the fake punt that they scored on, or they would have got a B plus. I give the offense a B because we did not score on, and we missed on some things. So overall, I give the team a B today. Overall, is what it comes down to.
fair
But we
enough.
won the game, and I think it was a B performance across the board. Um, actually, I give the coaching a B plus because they actually proved today that they're not trying to prove Bryce Young wrong. They came out. They let him roll out. They let him throw deep. They let him do his thing. And
Let them make
like I
plays.
said,
Yes.
they let him make plays. When you roll out, you make plays. So the yak came in, and then we also threw the ball deep, which we haven't seen all freaking
Shot. Yeah,
year.
some shots.
And we got a pass interference out of one of them. And we should have had one on one of the others, but I'm not going to blame officials on it because it was close. But we threw the ball deep. And when you throw the ball deep,
Hmm.
you're going to get that pass interference at some point. And we got it
Yep.
when we needed it.
Got it
Yeah.
when we needed it.
I kind of want to expand on that a little bit because what I was talking about with the play action and the lack of play actions this year and the audibles. Um, when we finally did play action it, and we threw it deep, yes, it was a little bit underthrown, on one play, and we're talking first half, right? We went back to it. We weren't afraid to go back to it, and that's development and growth for Bryce there right there, because I was like, okay, now he's showing he wants to do this. Now he's showing, okay, coach, let me do this. We've seen the reads, we've seen 6 to 7 people in the box. Let it fly.
Yeah.
Because we had a one-on-one downfield. It was a favorable matchup. Yeah, you might have underthrown it once, but how about out of 3 attempts? One
Yeah.
of those is
Right.
going to hit with Bryce Young's
Exactly.
arm.
Agree
Just let me
100%.
keep trying.
Yeah.
And that's a good point. That's definitely a good point. And I'm looking forward to seeing. I don't think we didn't have any injuries today, did we? I know Leggett
No.
went out for like a
few
like
plays.
a
It
few
was a
Couple
plays.
hand
plays. He
injury.
came
I
back
think it was a
in.
wrist.
It was
Yeah.
a hand. Yeah.
But he
He
came
felt
back.
wrong.
Yeah.
I think, don't get me wrong. Obviously you have the Derrick Henrys and, the people who are like the studs right now, but Chuba Hubbard is not being talked about enough.
Well, shoot, let us know. Let us
Yeah,
know.
facts.
I think Chuba is a top 10 back.
Well, he
I think he's
is.
a top 5.
He currently is.
He's number 5 in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's number 5 in the NFL right now.
There you go.
You would think he's not, though, because nobody talks about it.
That's what we love.
That's a fair
Don't
point.
talk
Hey.
about it.
Yeah.
I bet
You
you
know what?
will.
Keep it that way. I want him to
They're not.
undertalk because that
They're
way
not
he
going
can
to
do
talk
his
about
work.
us because we're losing. Then that's why they're not going to talk about it because we're losing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is fair, but
Fair.
but I think we definitely can all agree on, and I'm sure Jarrett, you can agree on. He's getting that 1,000 yards rushing this year.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let him sleep on him.
Unless we do dumb stuff like we sometimes do, but
It's going to keep motivating him.
He doesn't do dumb stuff though, and
No,
that
he
play
doesn't.
calling on the run, he's consistent every week.
Just gotta get him the carries.
yeah, that's what I meant.
Right.
When I said dumb stuff, that's what I meant. Like if we don't let him do what he does.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we just gotta get him carries, and and when you really think about it, we still didn't even give him enough carries today. He only had 15 carries. I mean, he made
15 carries.
he
And
made the
honestly,
best out of them, but still.
and we can use him more in the pass game too. Honestly, the dude can run. They can catch.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
And if you notice on his last touchdown, one thing I love about Chuba Hubbard, if you really go back and analyze the last touchdown, he showed the greatest patience.
Yes.
The hole was
Yeah.
not initially there. He waited. He let his blockers do his thing. Then he hit the hole. And even in that one, he had the strength to break tackles and then get his touchdown. But it was his patience that made that touchdown what it was.
His feet never
Absolutely.
stop. His feet never stop, and he always runs hard.
Yep.
And his running outweighs his receiving. But he's gotten better on the receiving. He's not great at it, but his feet outrun. Like he doesn't stop. Like you're not going to just hit him in the backfield. If you hit him in the backfield and his feet's not moving, that was the offensive line collapse. That never happens. He hits the ball, he hits the hole, he finds the hole, and he runs and plugs as far as he can get to, and he always picks up 5 yards a carry. That's what he averages this year. 5 yards a carry.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of like an Austin Eckler, but stronger.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler, when he was in the time, like he was so flashy, but he's like that, but he can break tackles too. So like he's the whole package.
And what's something that we also got to remember as well, because I'm sure each of y'all remember there was a time where like even fans were just dogging on Chuba Hubbard because I mean he wasn't a big name or anything like that,
It
but
took a while.
we got to remember this was the same guy that came in when Christian McCaffrey came down and still gave us 600 plus yards that season
Yep.
in 2021.
Mhm.
So it's
Mhm.
like the dude can definitely ball. I think, and Mr. Carolina, you hit on it. He's a patient runner. He's a
Yeah.
patient back. And the
Mhm.
moment he gets free, watch out.
Yep.
And that's why I am very heavy on we need to pay this dude. Like
Yeah, and don't trade him.
Yeah.
Don't trade him.
Definitely.
like
Trade him.
I'm not saying it's got to be top 3, top 5 paid running back in the NFL, but I am under, maybe y'all see something different. I'm under the impression that he loves it here. I know
He
he's
does love it
Yeah.
here.
from Canada.
Absolutely.
I know he's
Yeah.
Canadian, but this dude is balling out here. And I think once Christian McCaffrey was out of the picture, unfortunately, this dude came in and it's just like, all right, I'm gonna show you I can be a starting running back and I can be a top back in the league.
When he was at OK State, no one thought that 6'1" Chuba Hubbard was going to be the man.
Right.
And, I mean, he was solid at OK State, but,
Mhm.
that was a passing conference. I mean, he played on a team that threw first, ran second, and now he's doing
Mhm.
things like Swift. Like, I compare him a lot to like Swift. These are guys that no one really thought was going to make it in the pros or do what he's doing, and
Mm-hmm.
this dude's out here just running the ball. You give him the ball, you're averaging 5 yards a carry. I mean, his overall totals in his career is like 4.2.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Mhm.
that's up there, man. And that's like, stats that Jameer Gibbs is doing for Detroit. These are the guys that win for you. I
Not
mean, when you're the Big
Mhm.
12 Offensive Player of the Year, I mean, come on, man. You're the Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, and you get drafted where you were. I mean, plus he's not small. He's 6'1". That's a
Yep.
good size. That's
Six.
perfect size for a running back.
And
Mhm.
not to mention, I think he's missed only like what 2 games in his career.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah.
was
True.
so.
yeah.
So I mean, I really think we got something there. I think now it's just seeing like honestly, if Jonathan Brooks gets you know just as much or even a few more carries than Chuba in the Giants game, I won't be mad. I feel like this is his first game. Get him out there, get him carries, and but my thing is like if we're burning up on the running game, like you stick with it. And
Yeah.
and you know
Yeah.
why? I even call back to an example, and maybe y'all remember this. Um, there was a specific game against the Buccaneers in Tampa Bay. Jake Delhomme was the quarterback. Do y'all remember in a drive that helped seal the win for us?
15 straight runs.
Thank you. He remembers. He
Yep.
remembers.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was like, he threw a touchdown pass to Jeff King and then threw like 2 pick sixes. So, and then they tied it. And so we just gave it to Jay Stu and D Will like literally 15 straight times for a touchdown drive.
Yep.
Yep.
Did not
Mhm.
did,
Yep.
did not throw a single pass or call a single pass play that drive.
Mhm.
And you know what?
And Lyman loved that.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I would not mind if something like that happened again with Chuba and Jonathan Brooks, especially when they're getting nothing but positive yardage a carry.
Mhm.
Shoo. I mean, going back to Cam Newton. You don't like me doing it. Stop me.
Oh
Stop me.
no, everybody loves Cam Newton. We had a third, fourth running
Some
back
people
there.
don't.
Yeah, that is
Yeah, but
true.
we had a third running back there with Cam, and it's like now that Bryce is rolling out and doing some stuff, it's like, dude, it kind of gives you those Cam Newton vibes when he rolls out. That's what I said. And Corey, we talked about this, 2 days ago?
Yeah, because now you have to defend against the quarterback run, too.
That's right. And what did he do today? He rolled out, and every rollout produced. And guess what he also did? He ran all the way to the goal line and took a shot.
Yep.
And to be that small, he took a shot, dude. That was a shot at the goal line. I mean, for someone his size, I wouldn't say that was someone that was 6'5" or 6'3".
Yeah.
But today he took that shit to the damn goal line and took a shot and and got up and that's what builds confidence. Take a hit, make a play, pick yourself up, homeboy, and let's go and let's score on this drive. And that was good because I'll tell you what, Bryce has taken a lot of shots since he's been in the league. We know for a fact that he's taken shots. 62 sacks. He's had one minor concussion, and that's it. He's never been hurt. And Bryce was not my guy. He's not the guy I wanted here. I wanted C.J. Stroud. Who's talking about C.J. Stroud now? He's struggling, man. Dude, I dropped him in 2 of my fantasy leagues because he had a great.
Yeah, he's got a lot of drops in fantasy.
Yeah, they just recently lost to the Jets.
He leads the league as quarterbacks in fumbles. He's got 5 fumbles, 7 interceptions, and 12 touchdowns. Do the math.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 50-50. I mean, he's struggling this year. Now, granted, they got rid of offensive linemen to sign Stephon Diggs, and Stephon Diggs is out. Nico Collins is out. I mean, there's a lot of variables that goes on with this.
Yeah.
So now you blew a wad on C.J. Stroud. Now you don't have what needs to be around C.J. Stroud. So with that being said, he's mediocre this year. I mean, I dropped him and picked up Baker Mayfield in one of my fantasy leagues.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, C.J. Stroud's getting me 10 points, 12 points a week. He fumbles the ball every single week. He throws a pick every single week. And he's not throwing for touchdowns. Why would I not? I mean, Baker Mayfield's the number 3 quarterback in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
I mean, statistically, he's the number 3 quarterback.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But
as far as quarterbacks that have added the run game to their repertoire, consider Matt Ryan in the last year of his career in Atlanta. He started becoming a running quarterback, and people started having to defend that on top of his accuracy, which was very, very impressive. So that's an added weapon to an already very dangerous quarterback. That's scary. So I thought that was interesting to point out.
That is.
And I had a question in my chat. What is the trade block meaning for Bryce Young? I broken English, but I think we all know what he's trying to say. As far as whether he will be traded or not, that's still up in the air. We're still trying to figure out who Bryce Young is, and I don't think you'll see it until the end of the year, if it does happen, in my opinion. We're, like I said earlier, we're not pressured to make any trades. We made Deontay Johnson's trade because it helped us in the money situation, like Chad said. and because that was the best we were going to get. Plus, we were going to get rid of him at the end of the year anyway. But Bryce is another matter because, we know he's got some talent in him,
Yes.
but the problem is we don't know how to develop quarterbacks. And, we've been throwing him out there into the fire, and it's been bad. With two coaches that don't know how to use him correctly, and I don't know if Carolina is the right place for him as far as like his development. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I mean, there's a lot of questions up in the air here. Plus we haven't had the best protection for him over the time period. Plus wide receiver separation issues. And now we got coaching not allowing him to throw downfield. That's been kind of confirmed today by the fact that now we've allowed him to take deep shots. So now what? There's so many questions swirling around this that I just don't see a trade happening before the trade deadline in 2 days.
I don't either. You're right.
Yeah, fair point.
If we were to trade him at the end of the year, I would want proper compensation, and I would probably put somebody in that trade. And I'll throw a wrench into this system, and I'll say I want Woods in a package deal too.
Yeah, come here, sit in the car.
Xavier Woods has not been measuring up, as far as I'm concerned. At safety, he's got a ring with the Rams, and today he did make a few tackles, to run support, but a lot of safeties can do that. That's my point. And in coverage, it's just not looked good. Whether that be the wrong play calls or whether it's just him just not being in the right spot or not wrapping up those solo tackles when he needs to. It's been a bad look for Xavier Woods. And I think it's time to move on and put him in a trade package with Bryce Young. You can move him and get some good compensation for both at the same time, depending on what team wants a quarterback and a safety, if you want to do that. But then that raises the question of who you're replacing Bryce with. There's that whole rabbit hole.
There is. That's a good point. And Corey, I agree with you on a lot of that, on all that. I just think that drafting a quarterback in the first round, again, we're going to have to change our system again, whether it's Cam Ward or whether it's going to be. I don't want to go through that again, ever
I'd like
again.
to propose something.
I mean, and I know a lot of people's against me on this, but you know what? Everybody compares Bryce Young to Russell Wilson.
I was actually going to get to that.
He's the next Russell Wilson, and it's like, so a 4-2 Justin Fields that gets benched because Russell Wilson on a $1 million contract is healthy and coming back. Maybe Russell Wilson is the best thing to train Bryce Young.
Right. That's what I was going to suggest.
And I would like to, honestly, if we were going to trade Bryce Young, just trade him straight up for Justin Fields. Has already been through this. He's already been through everything. He has been creamed, ran through the crop, ran over, and been despised.
I'd rather move somebody that we don't want here as well that still has some value too. Because I want maximum compensation.
I mean, I think we could do that. I mean, if we traded Bryce Young there, Bryce Young ends up being the backup quarterback for Russell Wilson, and we end up with a draft pick in Justin Fields. Dude, I am totally good with a 6'3" Justin Fields that has figured out the game now, that got screwed just like Bryce did. Just like a lot of these young quarterbacks have been screwed. I would take that tomorrow. If they offered me,
Justin Fields this is the right place for Justin Fields to
Oh,
learn and develop properly?
oh shoot.
I think he's already I think he's already learned and developed. He's been in the league for 3 years.
You're
He
not
was
going to learn
4
anything in Chicago.
Well, he was 4-2 this year with Pittsburgh, and then got benched because of a 4-2 performance. I mean, it's like, come on, man. We're looking at what we've already lost in players like
And
Baker
Pittsburgh
Mayfield.
has been having quarterback issues up there, so
I would
there's a lot
love-
of questions with that.
Well,
But he's
I
not
mean,
going to learn anything in Chicago.
Who?
Justin Fields.
Oh, well, he
But
never
he is
learned
learning
anything
things
Chicago.
he is learning
Pittsburgh.
things up in Pittsburgh. I will give you that.
And
4-2
he was
start. He should not have
4-2.
been moved.
He should not have been moved. And name their
agree.
starting wide receivers. That we have actually a better offense than they do. I mean,
Oh,
if you look
that's a
at
fair
the
point.
weapons, if you look at their weapons, look at their weapons
Yep.
compared to what we have with the healthy weapons. Even we'll go back to Deontay Johnson being here. I mean,
Yeah.
we have a much better deal than what he was handed when he was traded, and he was still 4-2, and we were what? Nothing. We didn't win anything. So I mean, I was high on Justin Fields when he was coming out of college, way more than Trey Lance. These quarterbacks are getting thrown in the fire too early, and we don't know what their ceiling is. We don't know what even Trey Lance's ceiling. We don't know what it'll ever be. I mean, we look at it now, and we look at quarterbacks. Levis.
For reference, we're talking about Van Jefferson, Roman Wilson, Calvin Austin, George Pickens, and Scotty Miller up at Pittsburgh for wide receiver.
That's right. There's not a single number one. There's not a solid.
Not a single number one.
There.
Van Jefferson's arguable, but no.
He's a number 2 at best. I mean, I like
agree.
Van Jefferson, but he's a number 2 at best.
Nobody's picking him up in fantasy.
That's right. No one. And no one's picking up Deontay Johnson either, really, right now.
Because they knew he was going to get traded.
Right. And, I mean, I would look at this as like, Justin Fields could be that guy. I don't know if he could be. We don't know. It's just like drafting someone. But he's also gone through the plethora of problems that Bryce Young's gone through. But he also is 6'3" and not 5'10". And I hate to keep bringing that up because I'm a 5'8" guy. I'm small and old. But
hey, you got 2 inches on me. I'm only 5'6".
well, I mean, you look at it and it's like, dude, if you're trying, and Pittsburgh has always been that guy, that team that is always boosted with the next man up mentality, right? So why did you trade for Justin Fields and he goes 4-2? And it would be different if they were paying the contract of Russell Wilson at 60. Whatever freaking $1 million he was making, but Russell Wilson's making $1 million, like
pennies on the dime now. Yeah,
right. And now, so guess what? If you want to rebuild your team, Pittsburgh, Bryce Young is your next Russell Wilson. Let's bring in a 6'3" guy that Canales is going to like and enjoy. And
how would you feel about bringing Russell here?
I would much rather, in my opinion, at his age, I would rather, because now you're going to have to bench Bryce again. I would much rather have Justin Fields here that's gone 4-2, that got benched, that has a chip on his shoulder, and he comes here and you give him an Adam Thielen, you give him these rookie guys. He's 6'3", he's mobile out of the pocket. He can throw the ball. I mean, he's been screwed. And a lot of these quarterbacks have been screwed,
me-
just like Bryce has been screwed. I mean, Bryce has been screwed too. So I mean,
Let me
I, I,
interject the system into this conversation because the system matters because Russell Wilson only runs the RPO. Okay, so there are parts of the RPO in the West Coast offense. So if you did like a hybrid of both, it could work with Russell Wilson here. All you have to do is just change up the system just a little bit, play calling wise. Keep the same weapons, keep the same offensive line, and just change up the plays. It could work. You'd have to pay him a little bit more because there's no draw for him to be here in Carolina. So it'd be like 2.5, maybe possibly up to 3 million.
no.
Per year.
Justin Fields is making 4.2 million a year right now. Russell Wilson's going to probably make about 6.5 to 7 next year.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, that's the projection. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Justin
okay.
Fields is only making 3.5 to 4 million.
6.5. Okay, yeah, we can still do that.
I don't know what Russell's going to bring in next year, but we also know that Russell is kind of a drama queen and has made his $230 million. So it's like,
it's not about money at this point. It's about the talent he can still bring us.
But he's also 38 years old, and what is he? Or 36 years old? What's he going to bring us when
teaching skills for whatever quarterback we bring in? Whether we keep Bryce Young or whether we draft somebody.
Okay, but here's the difference, and here's my point on it: is if we bring in Russell Wilson, he can't do a Cam Ward training. He could do a Bryce Young training.
Interesting.
They're similar quarterbacks. They're both point. Small. You can't take a 5'11" quarterback or a 6-foot quarterback and train a 6'3" quarterback.
Fair point.
That's why the trade for Bryce straight up for Fields plus a draft pick or so would make sense because then we could bring in Fields here. We could bring in a veteran quarterback or keep Dalton for one more year as a backup. I mean.
So you don't believe that Bryce could be trained up by Russell Wilson here?
I think so. Yeah, he could be traded here. I just don't know.
It would save us money.
Yeah, we can't say that right now because if Russell Wilson now is the starter and he wins out and goes to the Super Bowl, then what is Russell? Yeah,
we don't know what's going to happen in Pittsburgh, man. They've been changing quarterbacks like underwear.
They have, which is rare for them, and we've been changing quarterbacks. But Russell's going to make if Russell comes out and wins, say, 6 games the rest of the year, then Russell's going to be more than what his value is because he's a veteran. It would all
be dependent on that.
Right. And his league veteran minimum is going to be way more than Justin Fields. Justin Fields right now is under contract for $3.95 million a year. And it's not going up because he hasn't done anything to deserve to go up, even though this year he went 4-2 and got benched. It's like they're holding him back. It's almost like Major League Baseball, the way they do pitchers, and they like send them down and bring them back up and bring them down and bring them back up. They kind of
you might be onto something there.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
You might be onto something.
I mean, it's just something to think about. I'm not saying
because we've been holding Bryce back.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and then you have to start asking why. Why are these quarterbacks being held back?
You know why? Because the coaches involved didn't want that quarterback there. I mean, they didn't want that. Frank Reich did not.
But they were in complete conversations with the GMs before they made the picks.
Yeah,
and they agreed to the picks before they made them.
Well, our situation was a little bit different. I mean, I'm going to tell you, Frank Reich wasn't the greatest coach, but he did well with large quarterbacks and always did. We brought in a 5'10" quarterback at best, and that's not who he wanted. He wanted CJ Stroud. So he threw him in the fire because he was kind of forced to, in my opinion. I don't have proof on that, so I can't say that that's what it is.
Fair enough.
But I don't think that Canales really wanted Bryce either. I mean, I don't say he's not wanting him. I'm just saying that it's not what he was paid to do. So when you keep making changes every year with GMs, coaches, quarterbacks, you're setting yourself back for 2 to 3 years.
That's a fair point.
Each time you make that change, you're setting yourself back for 2 years minimum.
Yep.
And if you've got a guy that's already gone through this shit, like Justin Fields, who has gone through this, he's been degraded. He's been slammed. Then he comes out and he goes 4-2 and gets benched for a $1 million Russell Wilson. And the reason Russell Wilson is making $1 million or 1.8 million or whatever is because he's already made his 230 million. He don't care. He's just going to come in and do it. Is he the right fit to be the lead for Bryce? Absolutely. They're built the same. Justin Fields is not built the same. He's 6'3". He's built more like Lamar Jackson. I mean, he's, we're watching too many quarterbacks go under, like Trey Lance. I don't know what he could do. No one knows what he could do because Brock Purdy, in the very last pick of the draft, comes out and wins it. They went through coaching changes. I mean, we really don't know what these guys can do because they're not prepped and primed.
True.
Will Levis, I don't like him, but I'll tell you what, he had the strongest arm in the draft.
Yeah, I do remember that was the word on him.
Yeah, he had the strongest arm in the draft, and he gets benched. And now we're sitting here watching all these guys. Anthony Richardson, I mean, he screwed himself, not someone else.
AR got exposed. This dude can't throw short and medium passes.
You're right.
I sat there and watched him in combine, and I called it out before he even got drafted.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I mean,
and then when you come out and say he's already had a concussion and 2 injuries, and then you also come out
drafted the wrong quarterback. I tried to warn y'all, Indianapolis.
That's right. And then you come out and say you're too tired to play. I mean, come on.
What is that?
I mean,
oh yeah. You know what?
Let's call him the
hold
one.
On. Hold up. Mr. Carolina, did you hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that take.
Dude, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on that? We got to get your thoughts on that.
This is gonna be good.
Cousin, even if you are tired, you don't tell nobody that you're tired. That's something you keep to yourself.
Yeah.
You think
you
think you're the only one on the field that's tired? Your receivers are tired. Your tight end is tired. Your running back is tired.
And Mr. Carolina, how many times has Cam Newton scrambled 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times and was never said, I'm tired?
Said it.
That's right. This guy comes out and has 2 scrambles and says, I'm tired?
That's what I said. As somebody that, again, never made it to that level, but again, I played college ball and I played semi-pro ball. To that point, being a corner and being a running back and a wide receiver, running all them routes and running the rock, we tired too. But at the same time, it's like, look, cousin, I remember, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all as I can be. I remember playing middle linebacker my last year playing, and I remember playing the entire game to the point where you get in your linebacker stance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here, bruh, felt like somebody punched me in the gut. I'm not even going to hold you back on that one. But I didn't come out the game. I sat there and I sucked it up because I'm looking like I have no air left. But I can't let you know that because you're going to try to run at me because you're like, oh, he over there gasping for air. You don't show the defense offense that you're tired. But then Anthony Richardson said that college. He said NFL football was easier than college football. Then you come out the next week and you need a break. You can't say NFL football is easier than college football, but you never took a break in college, but you're taking a break in the
Bruh,
pro.
the NFL will eat you alive.
Yep.
You
That's
can't
right.
do that. But then
That's
to
right.
this point, to play devil's advocate, just give him a little grace,
Okay.
Cam did come out in his defense slightly and say there were plays where he was tired, where your offensive coordinator would say, okay, I just ran the heck out of my quarterback. Let me call a play that will give my quarterback a break so I'm not running him and keep running him. Because I said, Cam said, hey, I was tired. But Mike Shula, Ken Dorsey said, okay, let me call the play where Cam is still in, but he may be just handing the ball off to Jay Stu. He may be handing the ball off to D'Lo. He may be handing the ball off to Christian. He said, I'm tired, but I'm not coming out of the game.
But you know
Right.
what? But AR called he was tired with the game on the line in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes left and said,
which you don't
Coach,
do, and that's why
do
Cam
that.
came out
You
and
don't
said,
show
Cam
any
came
kind
out
of
and said,
weakness.
he said, that's why you get paid the big bucks, my boy.
Yes.
That's why
That's
you
right.
get paid all that
Mhm.
He
money
did it.
to
That's
do
right, 'cause
those
he did
plays
it.
when you're tired. That's why you're paid. That's why the quarterback, they say, is the most important position on the field. You can't tap out and say, hold on, I need a moment. This is not high school. This is not Pee Wee football. You don't get
Even
to
if
tap
That's
it
your
right.
was
helmet.
high school, the coaches in high school would just tell you, "Suck it up, Buttercup. You running
Dude,
laps.
You know how many times I heard
You
that,
tired
Kevin? You know
now?
how many times
Wait till you get done running laps.
I
he
had
said,
a
oh, you
coach.
You're not even
tired?
gonna be able to drink the water out of the water fountain by the time I'm done with you."
That's
That's
it.
pretty much,
You,
you tired?
you're
Oh,
a pro-
I mean, my coach used to say that
yeah.
means you need to do more
Get out of
gases
here with
after
that weak ass
practice.
crap.
You need to do more gases.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
that is.
I mean, this dude calls it with like what 4 minutes left in the game and says, "Coach, I got to come out of the game." It's like you're a professional football player. I'm
Yeah.
5'8". I
Right.
went from junior high. I never made it in football because of my height. I played basketball through AAU. I was a baseball player, but I followed all sports and played all sports. I went from starting wide receiver to a starting cornerback to being a backup running back, white boy on top of that. And they're like, I was like, dude, you're going to throw me in the cage with a 200-pound guy? I was like, we had this room that was like the devil's room, is what they called
Mm.
it. I was like, you going to put me in there with CJ Moore? This dude's going to South Carolina and playing. Well, that's the way I lined up, Chad. I was like, well, he's 6'3". And you want me to go in there with him? I was like, it's time for me to get out of this, man.
Mm.
I was like, I'm not made for it no more. And but you watch this guy call in sick basically with 4 minutes left in the game when the game is like a 2-point game and you say I'm too tired to play. I'm gonna tell you what, dude. Drink salt water, motherfucker. I mean,
Dang.
rehab. That's the way it was. I mean, because that's what we did in the summertime. We drank salt water. It was like drinking salt water. Here's your hose. Here's your salt. Drink it up. Get out there and play, boy. And that's what my coaches told me. And it was like, are you serious? I don't even want to drink salt water. Yeah, but if you want to play, you drink salt water. And Mr. Carolina, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean,
You run the stadiums.
that's right. And
Well,
it's
the type
like,
of
are
coaches
you
I've been around.
serious? Yeah. And it's like this dude calls in sick in the middle of the
They don't
game.
let
It's
these
like,
guys get tired.
dude, you've got 4 minutes left in the game, and you're gonna call in sick. You can't do that, dude.
At that
Oh
point
Come
my
right
on,
there,
God.
man.
as a
Arrows.
competitor, and if it's the
No.
last few minutes of the game, bro, like honestly, your adrenaline should be firing on all cylinders because
Right.
That's right.
it's money time. As we go, it's money time.
Right.
It's
This
time
is
to
where
go
you
earn
earn
the
it.
keep. Like, let's go. Like,
Yeah.
I'm tired. No, bro. The game's on the line. You don't get to tap out when the game's on. That's not what the great ones, the Hall of Famers do. Tom Brady
If
never
Mike
tapped out
Tyson
during
were
game
to
time.
say that, it tap out during the 7th round.
Nah.
Yeah.
We're not doing that, man.
And because
That's all I'm saying.
you scrambled twice. You scrambled twice.
on,
we
man.
watched Cam Newton scramble the entire game.
Sometimes
And
for his life.
that's right. The whole game. And then we watched this guy scramble twice and then say, I'm tired. Are you serious? Dude, come on, man. I mean,
Come on,
it's
dog.
like
I've been around people all my life that
That's
have
it.
never allowed me to ever say that I'm tired.
right.
Never.
I mean, that to me is, and now
And I don't
people
even
are,
play football, homie.
and there's rumors out there, Bryce for AR. Do not trade Bryce for AR. Give me Bryce. He's a process quarterback. He's young. He's
Right.
small. Do not trade for AR because I call this.
No, absolutely
Everybody's
not.
like,
Heck no.
yeah. Everybody like,
I will lose my ever loving mind.
yeah. It's like AR is not the next Cam Newton. Cam Newton did things that nobody did. And
Cam Newton would get his ass out of bounds. Cam Newton would have to do that.
That's
Cam
right.
Newton wouldn't have to slide.
Yeah.
Right.
So we sit
Definitely
there and
agree.
watch this guy say that. It's like, dude, come on, man. I mean, what are you talking about? You're tired? The game's on the line. Your season's on the line. The team isn't even that good. And part of it is because you can't stay healthy. And you rely on your quarterback and you can't stay healthy. And now you're going to be like, well, I'm tired. Pull me out. I mean, I watched it. The dude reaches over the sideline and says, call me out. Call me out. And it's like, are you serious? As a coach, what do you do in the middle of the game? You tell him to go back out there? Or you say, okay, well, he needs to come out. Let's put so-and-so in. It's like, damn. I mean, you should have just started Joe Flacco. He never calls out tired, and he's 40 years old.
Right.
You know? I mean, it's like, put me in, coach. I mean,
and you got to look at it this way too. Even for how you play the game, like Lamar Jackson plays the game at a high level with his feet as well. Have you ever seen Lamar Jackson tap his head and
motivated this year too?
Exactly.
Yeah, you
know what?
He's pissed.
You never seen him tap out. Like, hey, hell, Kyler Murray. You never seen Kyler Murray tap out. Like, hey, I need to come out. The great ones, hell, Josh Allen. You never seen Josh Allen say, hey, I'm tired. I need a break.
Dude, Josh Allen would grab a face mask, throw a motherfucker to the ground, and be like, fuck you, man. I mean, Josh Allen does stuff like that. Like, he will politely throw someone to the ground. And you look at Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson might come out first half and play like crap. And from a fantasy perspective, have like 3 or 4. I own Lamar Jackson, who have like 3 or 4 fantasy points at halftime. And then all of a sudden, dude ends up with like 34 because the second half, I don't know what he does at halftime. He's
balling out.
But that dude
I don't know what he puts in his Gatorades, man.
That's right, dude. Second half, he comes out and he goes, up yours, bro. 2 middle fingers up the bone, bro. And he kills it. He kills it. He kills it. It's like you can never give up on Lamar Jackson. That dude will come out and absolutely break the second half. And it's like,
facts.
Dang.
I've been tracking of facts.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he kills it. And then this dude's going to come out here as a second-year player and say, I'm too tired to play, coach. Oh, really? Okay, so you're bench for Joe Flacco. I mean, and Grant, Joe Flacco balls. I mean, he balls. I mean, 40 years old, whatever. He shows up, he does it. He's won a Super Bowl. He doesn't give a shit. He goes out.
AR is not an NFL quarterback. I'm sorry.
No, he's not.
Not at all.
Nope. And that's what worries me sometimes about players like Cam Ward. He's killing it, but he hasn't played a single top 25 team this year. And that's what worries me.
To see him play?
I don't want to see Man, I am so tired of seeing quarterbacks come in and out.
Mm-hmm.
I,
Yeah.
I don't even know how to.
Okay.
And Jason, I don't even know how to even express this. I don't want to go through another rebuild. I am just that guy where it's like bring in a veteran. And
So
we watch the veterans like do things, and we watch the young
who would you
guys
like
take
to
steps.
see Cam Ward test himself against?
I will make that decision once the playoffs start because this year's a 10-year.
As far
This
as
is a,
like the teams that are on the schedule right now.
well, he's played 0 top 25 teams. Um, I would like to see him play in the playoffs. It's a 10-team playoff this year. So I would like to see Miami do that. And because Miami's been long overdue for being competent in football. This is the first year in a long time that Miami's
That's
actually
fair.
been decent in football. They have been poor,
I,
they've been beat down, and they haven't played a top 25 team this year. But his stats are absolutely asinine, insane, and I agree with that. I love
I
it.
would count Louisville because Louisville just kicked our rear ends
Louisville,
yesterday,
I know, and
and Louisville just
I
blew us
chatted
out,
with
dude.
you. Louisville is a tough
And we're
team.
number 11.
somebody brought that a pina colada, eh?
Oh
They're
snap.
they're a tough team.
Pina
Um,
coladas for the
52 to
old man.
45. They beat Louisville.
well, SMU
I said that count.
is a team that is tough too, right?
They beat Florida 41-17.
Yeah, but Florida sucks. I'm a Florida fan. They're terrible.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So
They're
you
a
got California. California 39-38.
terrible team. Not top 25.
Mm,
ACC. They're playing the ACC, man.
all right. Fair. All
I
right.
mean, let's go
Duke has
outside.
actually held their own against a couple of top 10 teams recently in the past 5 years. I will say that Duke has developed talent pretty well.
As a Tar
And
Heel
they've
fan,
been
every
putting
time you
up a
say
lot of
Duke,
good
I
fights.
cringe.
Oh snap.
I'm
I'm a
just
Hills
sorry.
fan.
I mean,
I'm
whether
a,
you like
hey,
them or not, they have
I'm a
been
Hills
developing
fan.
talent.
No,
I'm a
that's what I
Hills
said.
fan.
I'll give Duke credit where credit is due. I'm just saying, as a
And I'm
as a
not
Tar Heel
talking about
fan, man.
Daniel Jones. I'm talking about the actual talent on their
Uh,
defense.
no, Duke has actually surprisingly in recent years become a decent football school. Like
Yeah.
they
Mm-hmm.
I'll give them credit where credit is due. Duke is actually it's not a bad school to go. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. Duke is not a bad school.
Hey, I've said the
Uh,
same things about South Carolina Gamecocks, so there you go.
God,
Hey,
so but
the Gamecocks.
And the Gamecocks are actually playing well lately. And I can't
They
believe I'm
to
won.
see
saying that.
him, the teams I would like to see him tested against, to answer that question, just from my perspective, I would love to see Cam Ward go against a UGA. I would love to
Penn
see him go
State.
against
Mm.
a Tennessee,
Penn
because
State. Ohio
Okay.
State.
Penn State, LSU.
Okay.
I would love to see him go against these powerhouse, Big Five
Mhm.
powerhouse schools, um,
What
and
about my
see
Clemson
what
Tigers
I like. Clemson, go
in an
against Clemson.
ACC title game?
I would love to see him against the cream of the crop. That way we can look like,
Yeah,
oh, okay, we got something here.
I'd be
But
down for that.
I want Bryce to play good. Because to our point here, I don't want us to be in that 1 or 2 spot that we have to pick between Cam Ward or Shadur Sanders. I'd rather
No.
us be around 3 where we can pick like a Travis Hunter or the pass rusher. I think it's a pass rusher out of Tennessee. I think he's out of the edge rusher. I think is he out of Tennessee, the number 1 edge rusher out of Tennessee?
Tennessee. Yeah, you're right.
Right. I
Yeah,
want us to
Yeah.
be in the 3 to 5 range so we don't have to worry about quarterback.
get an accurate
Because
judge on them. Okay,
right,
fair.
I want to see Bryce keep developing with this young group so we can take BPA and we don't have to be next year. We're like, oh my God, we have to develop another rookie quarterback.
Fair.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you this. Keep an eye out, but I have a feeling, and my dad is really hoping for this. He's a Raiders fan. He wants Shador Sanders.
Ugh, that'd be yet
I can see
another
that.
quarterback stuck in their system.
But
I
I mean,
want Travis Hunter.
That's going to get
I'm going
rotated out
Travis Hunter.
eventually.
I'm not gonna lie.
because I mean,
So
the Raiders are kind of in a quarterback purgatory sort of like situation. So
They've
they
been
are.
that way for a while now.
hmm
yeah.
Give me
So
Travis Hunter
And
any day of the week and twice
So
on Saturday.
yeah.
Jason, what do you think, man? If we end up with the top 3 or 4 picks in the draft, top 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that we should draft another quarterback? I am so tired of drafting quarterbacks.
Personally, you know what I really want? I am still highly disappointed that we have no pass rush. I want somebody on
Yes.
that. I want somebody on
fair.
that D line.
That's
That's
what
fair.
I want. I want a linebacker or I want a pass rusher on the end. I want
Okay.
offensive linemen. I
Cause I,
don't want another quarterback.
cause,
Like
cause I'm
if
sorry.
Cam Ward,
Going game after game of 1 sack, 2 sack, 1 sack, 0, 0, 0, 1 sack. I'm tired of that.
Fair point.
yeah,
We
I'm
I
totally
tired of
want
whiffed
running
on
backs
DJ
running
Johnson.
over us like butter at this point.
We used to be like we
That
used
are
to be
average or terrible.
we used to be feared when it came to sacks
yeah.
And run stopping.
and run stopping, especially starting from the D line. And it hasn't been that way for a while.
Not since the days of was it Star the Tulule, KK Short,
Yeah.
Chris
Hmm.
Jenkins and boys
Yeah.
up the middle. Those were the
Yeah.
days when we were feared up the middle. But you also had great linebacker play with. We were spoiled with, and I don't care what nobody says.
Linebackers.
We were spoiled with the greatest linebacker to
Oh,
me
yes.
to
You
play the
pick a
game.
defensive player at random on that 2015 team. They can all solo tackle and handle their own business and be their own
And
man.
that's what. And then you
No
had I
matter how.
said you had Luke Superman Kuechly, you
Hmm.
had TD,
TD.
you had Roman Harper
Even
back there. You had Kurt
Even
Flex on
Roman Harper,
Coleman.
who I got
Hmm.
on a
Yep.
little bit.
We had a legit that 2015 team was special.
Yep.
and
Yep.
we
Like
were even spoiled
Because we drafted
afterwards
it
with
correctly.
like that's right. And we were even spoiled afterwards with like a young Shaq Thomas.
Mhm.
We were spoiled with, a lot of young guys that came in behind us. And it's like, where did all that go? We're like,
and
we kind of drifted
Yeah.
away from the keep pounding run game, defensive mindset,
Yep.
give the quarterback room, and have. I mean, damn, dude, we've got Hall of Famers, potential Hall of Famers on O line. I mean, Jordan Gross, these guys. I mean, these guys they were ballers across the board.
Yep.
You start spending too much money and too much draft picks on quarterbacks and weapons, and it's like, dude, make the weapons happen, make the
Yeah.
quarterbacks happen, and we
But
don't make the quarterbacks happen because I mean,
but but
Where's the
I'm,
results of those draft picks? Yep.
but
Exactly.
something to your point, Mr. Carolina. I do think we have something in Trevin Wallace though, because I know you mentioned linebacker. I think
yes,
Hmm.
sir.
I think we definitely have something in him, and not to mention, I mean, he's gotten off to getting some starts early
Hmm.
in his rookie
Hmm.
career, but we used to be feared at the linebacker position. Like it seemed like almost 9 times out of 10, all the secondary had to do was clean up, get the takeaway, and just do something with it. You know what I mean? Like,
and that makes your secondary better when you have that.
hmm,
Jason is
yeah,
dude, I'm gonna tell you,
Yeah.
one of
Good
our
point about
best
the takeaways.
one of the best corners we've ever had on our team, and we didn't play him right because we went man coverage instead of zone. Was Chris Gamble? Chris Gamble was one of the best corners we ever had on this team,
oh yes,
and when we played zone, He was a zone guy. He would lock in and he would lock it down. We go to man, he was no good at it. But you can't sit there and shift defenses back and forth and expect results because these guys are made for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
mean, Mike Minner was
exactly.
a freaking hitter.
Oh yeah,
Mike Minner was a hitter.
Mhm.
one of the
He would
hardest hitting
knock your socks
DBs.
off. That's right.
That's what he
And that's
does.
what when we drafted him out of Nebraska, the first thing he said was, "I just like to hit," and
Yep.
we brought him in, and that's what he does. And we just can't get that continuity. And the reason we can't get the continuity is we keep changing coaching staff, coordinators, and schemes, and it's like stick with it. We have guys, you know. I mean,
Mhm.
Luvu was good at certain things, and he killed it.
Mhm. When you
Now,
Who
use
was
him
the
correctly. Yes.
yes.
yeah? You start using guys incorrectly. Who else that went to
We
the
use Jeremy Chin
Commanders?
incorrectly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Jeremy
Mhm.
No,
Chin. We
that's
used
another
Yep.
good
him
example. Another good example.
used him incorrectly. We could use him as a nickel. We could use him in certain areas. No, we just got rid of him. And it's like the same with the quarterback situation. But you can't get a quarterback situation locked down if you keep changing head coaches and offensive coordinators.
Uh,
And you make changes every year, then it's like, dude, you're not building any kind of continuity at
Right.
all.
oh,
Mhm.
I wanted to ask, Mr. Carolina, Travis Hunter on as a cornerback or a receiver?
Corner.
Ooh.
Corner. Okay.
Mm.
I like him. I mean, you'll find place for him on offense, but if you look at it, most of his injuries that have come has come from him being on the offensive side, taking too many shots.
Ah, fair,
So
fair.
Mhm.
for me, him and J.C. Horn as a 1-2 duo would be filthy. Would be absolutely filthy. You
Mm.
have really nowhere to throw the ball
Okay.
because
Okay.
they're both exceptional athletes. You don't have to thrust JC into the number one corner. I'm not JC, excuse me, Travis in the number one cornerback role. He can be a
Mhm.
solid number two,
Mm-hmm.
and you still have Tristan. Please stop tonight. You still have JC as a solid number one corner
Mm-hmm.
that can, of course, and he doesn't have to travel because you have two legit corners on each side of the ball, and you still have Smith
Oh yeah,
coming
Charles
to
Charles
second
Smith
year,
Wade. Yep.
Yeah, Charles Smith Wade.
and
I
and then you
like
still
him.
have Dane. You still got Dane Jackson under contract for another year or
That's
two.
right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So
that's
you
right.
still have
Mhm.
experience.
I'm high on Dane Jackson, and I think he's got a lot of play in him.
Yeah.
I think we stole him once he's healthy and he can play. And then, like you said, Smith. I
Uh,
mean, that dude,
young
man, he's a
pieces to work
baller.
with as well.
Oh, I also wanted to ask, which I already know the answer from Corey, but how did y'all feel about the fact that we let Troy Smith go, or excuse me, Troy Hill?
I didn't like it.
Uh,
It didn't hurt my feelings. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You
I
don't
mean,
think
I
so? You
like.
don't
He
think
was
so?
he was cool. He was cool, but he wasn't. He was. If we were embracing the youth movement, he was about to hit the other side of 30. He was solid, but he wasn't fantastic as a slot corner. He was solid, but if that's why we drafted Smith to replace him because we knew. I feel like we knew we were
Yeah.
going with the youth movement. So
Yep.
as much as I
Gotcha.
like Troy Hill, I said nothing against him. He didn't move the needle for me either way. And I was like, okay. Like you can go and I won't shed it to you.
I see. I
But I
see.
mean, but we kept Xavier Woods.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Xavier's been he's been
Right.
y'all already know how I feel about him.
yeah, he's been
Right.
kind of
So it's
sus.
kind of like, could we have done opposite there?
I mean, but you look at it like this. We
Well, short.
haven't fully, as far as developing goes, we haven't fully. We have Jamie Robinson that we haven't really fully developed either.
That's a
Dude,
good point.
I'm
Yeah,
high on Jamie
yeah.
Robinson, but now we're going in 3 years on Jamie. So
They're not
is
looking.
Right.
Jamie is
Put
Jamie
him
gonna
in or
actually
get rid of him.
That's
One of the
is he
two.
gonna do something or not? Because Jamie, I'm high on Jamie. Athletically, I'm high on Jamie. From football smarts, um, I'm kind of starting to question him, and I'm high on him. I've always been high on him, but I mean, we're 3 years in on Jamie.
I
What's he
need to see
gonna
a few
do?
full games of him to be fully convinced. But
Yeah,
I see.
I
yeah, I
do like
like
him.
him. I do too. I think he's a hidden gem.
Yeah.
I think he can do some things, and I agree with you, Corey. The guy's got playmaking skills, but here's my problem with Jamie is what is his true position? Because he doesn't have one in the pros. He had one in
Come out there and
college.
find out.
He's more like a strong safety to me, in my opinion. He's
Strong
more a run.
strong
I see it
safety.
more as more
That's
of a
my
strong
answer.
safety.
Okay.
Right.
Hmm.
He
Okay.
is. He's more of a strong safety.
Hmm.
Um, I
That's my
just don't
take too.
know what are we doing with him. He has stepped up, but it's like, damn, dude. Sometimes we put him in, he looks so lost.
Mm.
Shoot.
Whether he's that strong or free, and we're trying to move him around and figure it out. And
Mm.
honestly, in my opinion, he's kind of lucky to still be on the roster. Um,
Mm.
just my opinion. The guy's got the talent, man. I love it, but he hasn't done shit in the pros. I mean, really. I mean, we look at his stat process.
That was a
Um,
Gettleman pick. I
it
mean,
definitely, yeah. I mean, it was. I mean,
yeah,
it's like
that was a
what
Fitterer pick. My bad, Fitterer.
yeah, Federer pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I like him. I love the dude. I thought it was a great pick when we got him. I
Mm-hmm.
love watched him in.
I liked his attitude.
Oh
Florida
yeah,
State.
dude.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was going to be
His
more than what he
mentality.
was, and
Mm-hmm.
then what we're watching from him is he's just kind of a mediocre player. But he has stepped it up. I will say this: last couple games, hidden stats, Jammy's been he's been stepping it up, and that's where it also comes into development.
Yep.
And he's developed a little bit, and he's
Yep.
starting to develop more.
Mm-hmm.
And he is a raw. We knew when we drafted him, he was going to be a raw guy. I mean, he's a raw player, and raw players take a couple years to get,
Acclimated. Mm-hmm.
exactly. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jamie. I mean, I love Jamie. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I think he's a good dude. I think he's a
Better than
great
Woods right
player.
now.
Oh,
Woods acts like he's
absolutely.
in Narnia when there's passes downfield.
Dang.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm
he's
not
starting to
joking.
read.
You
He's
watched it.
starting to read. I'll tell you what, though, Jimmy will hit.
Garbage.
And that's what I like. He's a hitter. And
And that's exactly what we need because we need a bunch of run stoppers right now too.
yeah,
Because
and when he hits, he causes fumbles. Like,
why have that sitting on our special teams when we can put that to work? You know what I mean?
Yeah. There
It's
we
the
go.
same
yeah,
coverage issues. Why not put that tackling to work in the run stopping?
yeah, he's a
That's been my
hitter. The
point.
only problem is he's not a good cover guy at all.
Well, neither is
He's,
Woods.
Well, I can agree and disagree. I think
Fair
Woods is
enough.
like, I think Woods can hit, and he does hit, but at the same time, I think he's kind of in the wrong position sometimes.
Ooh, interesting.
So would you
Um,
blame that on play calling possibly?
yes,
Okay.
I think that
So what
Woods
would
is
you have called
actually.
for him?
Um, I would like to see Woods move, bounce around a little bit
Okay.
more, and not have a set position. I'd like to see Woods go from inside and outside and bounce around a little bit because we've seen some plays from Woods, and we've also seen him blow plays, like quite a few.
Right. Yes.
Um, but Xavier Woods can play. I mean, he's been in this league for what,
He's got a
8 years?
ring for a reason.
That's right. And he can play. We brought him here for a reason. But when we
Mm-hmm.
brought Woods in here, he's playing a different position than what he played prior to being here.
Mm-hmm. We
And
keep playing musical chairs with our players.
that's right. And you can't get a good dial in. You're right,
Right.
Corey. Exactly. You can't get a good dial in on who these players are because we're forced, whether it's injury or whether it's rookies or bringing people in, we're just not seeing the full potential sometimes on certain players,
Right.
and it makes
Right.
them look bad. And now this guy goes, if we let him go, he goes to Buffalo, and now he's a damn Pro Bowl nickelback, or he's a
Yeah.
Pro Bowl. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
That's what I'm concerned about. Because
right.
anytime we let go of any of these players that have any talent, even a shred of talent, they go to another team and they play Pro Bowlers.
That's a
It
good
could be
point.
as much as a kicker and they'll still turn into a Pro Bowl.
That's right.
I mean, Carolina's turned into
Exactly.
a player mill and it's disgustingly horrible.
Yeah, it's like,
That
dude,
pisses me off.
we can sit here and watch what we're running and say this guy's garbage, but he's not garbage. He wasn't
No.
garbage when we brought him in here. He was actually freaking awesome. And then we bring him
And
in here, and
I've
now we're
seen so
looking at.
many YouTubers do this. Like they'll find some scapegoat that has like some barely, talent, you know, and they'll say, we'll make excuses for you. But they'll blame it on all the players that have talent, and then they'll make a push for those players to leave Carolina. And then the management will listen because guess what? Those YouTubers have more followers than us. So of course they're gonna listen to them. They have more power and more say so. So those players go somewhere else. We don't get proper value. We don't draft properly. We don't develop our talent properly. We downgrade. And those
Yeah,
players that left become Pro Bowlers. It's a repeating cycle.
yeah.
And it's got to stop.
That's
It's
why
got to
players
stop. Don't
like
you people realize what you're doing?
that's why players like Barry
Wake up.
Sanders and Calvin Johnson and Detroit screwed so many players is because
With
they're
all
like,
due respect, wake up, YouTubers.
yeah. We've watched it. We've watched like players get like butt
You have more
raped.
say so than you think you do, people.
So
Just saying.
these guys can actually play football. They're Pro Bowlers. They've
Mm-hmm.
played, and we're watching, you know, wrong content.
Yep.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what, dude. I've got a Chris Gamble jersey that I wear all the time,
These players watch
and
this content, bro.
yeah,
Don't think they don't.
oh, they feel it. They
Their
know it.
family watches the content. That's been proven. They're paying attention. Every time I'm at training camp, I'm marking our channel to a player.
And that's why, like players like Blackshear, I'm high on Blackshear. Is he a starting running back? Hell no. Is he a number 2? Hell no. What does he provide? He's a special teams guy. And
That's
guess
what he does.
what? That's right. And you know what?
Matter of fact,
if we traded Miles Sanders tomorrow, we don't need Miles Sanders. We can run Blackshear as a running back. Everybody forgets that Blackshear had a couple of. Everybody forgets that Blackshear had a couple 100-yard games as a starting running back when we had injuries at running back.
He did. Who was that against, though? That's my whole thing.
I have to go back and look, but I mean, the guy still produces when he steps on the field. It doesn't matter. He's the kind of guy where it's like, put me as punter. I don't care. Just play me. I'm gonna
just for reference, everybody. He has 1,571 kick return yards.
That's pretty damn impressive. And he's been in the league for how long?
That's why he's still here.
He's been in the league for what, 3 years?
Yep, 173 punt return yards, but that's not what he does. If you add that to who was the other guy that we had punt returning? Because that dude was a beast last year, and we cut him.
Who was it? It was Cook.
I forget now, but whoever it was had like 300 yards of like punt return yardage.
Yeah.
And I was like, put those two together, and you got a nasty return.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we cut that. Because now that's going to a different team, and now they're going to do that there.
Special teams.
Just because you can't double them up as a running back doesn't mean they're not going to still rack up that many yards.
Yeah. Special teams are key. And that's what people don't realize. Special teams are key.
And you go back to the tackling with Jamie Robinson, that's been happening on special teams.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
you want to impress the coaches, do it on special teams. That's how you get elevated.
And it kind of goes that way with any player on the field.
Yep.
I mean, wide receiver or whatever. I mean, there's a reason Moore's still on this team.
Yep.
He's a hands guy. You gotta have hands guys. It doesn't matter what the stats are. Is he a fantasy guy? No. But we gotta have guys that can catch the ball, yards after catch. And these coaches have to look at that. And we have to look at that as evaluators. And we look at that. It's not like we're on some Facebook page where these guys are just dogging everybody like, oh, we suck, we suck, we suck. No, you're not looking at the big picture.
Right. There's so many other elements at play.
There's so many variables, so many elements, and
it's
that's
not black and white in this game. It never is.
I don't want Bryce Young to fail. Nobody does. But at some point, you got to say, hey, we got to stop this. Or, hey, we got to do this. And we got to do this. And is drafting another quarterback the fix? That's what everybody wants. They want the big names. They want.
It's almost like do the opposite of what everybody wants is the answer at this point.
Right. Exactly.
And I hate to be that guy, man, but I got to throw that wrench in the system, man.
It is, because that's not the right way to do it. I mean, you got to think about the money factors. Like I've said, perfect example. CJ Stroud. Last year as a rookie, killed it. Top offensive line in the league. Had multiple wide receivers. Killed it. Absolutely killed it. Bryce Young did not kill it here.
Mm-hmm.
We fix it. We go to this year. CJ Stroud looks like hammered asshole. Nico got hurt. You got rid of 2 offensive linemen. You didn't re-sign in Texas.
Oh.
And you end up with, you traded a running back, you brought one in. Nothing made sense there because the money, because now you're talking about money.
Right.
Now CJ Stroud this year, no one's talking about CJ Stroud.
Mm-mm.
He's mediocre at best. Everybody hated on Jared Goff. He went to the Super Bowl and lost his job. That would be like, Corey, you go to work every day and you kill it, and you are now no good. So we're trading you. Now he's probably the best quarterback, top 3 in the NFL right now.
Can I just take 1 second here? I'm watching the Green Bay game against Detroit, and I'm noticing that Green Bay has like all these stats, and yet Detroit has the 10-point lead right now.
That's right.
That is wild.
Yeah. That's
They're
what
like
I'm
dominating
saying.
in the stats, but not
They're
on the
killing
scoreboard.
it.
Turnovers. And oh, interesting. I brought that up because we are dead last in creating turnovers and recovering fumbles, getting interceptions.
Yeah, we don't force any turnovers.
Dead last.
At all. On defense, we force 0 turnovers.
It's horrendously bad.
It's terrible. And it's like, we sit here and we come.
And turnovers can be the major factor in a game. It can turn everything around. Ah, Trevor. Dang, man. Oh, man. And the interesting thing is he put up 16 points in the third quarter. Wow, Trevor. Oh, no. Oh, no, buddy. Yeah. The interesting thing is you got Travis Etienne and Ingram playing in that game. And a lot of people were questioning whether Etienne was going to play or not. That was in fantasy as well. So I was back and forth. Do I put him in? Do I keep him on the bench? What do I do this morning? And I finally decided, let's play him, because it's too much of a risk not to, because he was putting up a bunch of fantasy points and he only had 3 carries, 24 yards. And I was like, wah, wah, wah. I'm like, oh, man. And that's what happens when the Bears play an actual good team. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I've been saying. Exposed. Thank you and good night, Chicago fans. I told you I didn't buy that record. I told you. I've been telling people all year long. I told y'all I didn't trust that. Wow. Ouch. That's what happens when you play an actual competitive team. Chicago, I want you guys to learn a lesson from this and be humble because Chicago fans have been talking so much junk all year long. This is what happens, bro. Yeah, Caleb Williams is not your problem. Caleb Williams went 22 for 41, 217 yards. He is not your problem. You just faced a better team. Let's put it that way. Connor got 18 carries, 107 yards. McBride, 3 catches, 30, 36, 35 yards, actually. But the biggest thing is, the yardage, total yards, 350 versus 241. It's not even turnovers. The Cardinals had 2 turnovers, and they still won by that much. The Bears had more time of possession, and they still lost. You just faced a better team. Just face it, Bears fans. Just face it. Just admit it. You're not legitimate. I kept saying it. That 4-4 record does not convince me. You beat the Titans, you beat the Rams, you beat our Panthers team in a blowout, and you beat a struggling Jaguars team. Not impressive. You lost to AR. That's even worse. You lost to CJ Stroud. Ouch. I'm surprised the Commanders didn't blow them out. The only redeeming grace is that defense that they have because Washington only got 18 points on them. And the Cardinals only put up 29. It could have been a lot worse. So the Bears do have a decent defense. But, it's that 4-4 record just does not convince me of anything. I'm sorry. You're not going to convince me the Bears have a decent team. You're not. It's not going to It's not going to wash. So, I mean, I've been trying to tell y'all. You didn't want to listen. I let the results speak for itself. I just kept my mouth shut and I just watched. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, that's interesting though. Baltimore's the scary team right now. I'm worried about Baltimore. That's the team. When you rip 41 points on Denver right now, good Lord. This is a healthy, dangerous, scary team. And Lamar Jackson is playing like his hair is on fire. 16 for 19, 280 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Derrick Henry, you add that to the mix now. 23 carries, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns. Zach Flowers, 5 catches, 127 yards, 2 touchdowns. Zach Flowers, what a day, Zach. And then you added Deontay Johnson to that mix. Oh my God. Baltimore's deep, y'all. Baltimore's deep. They're going to make a deep playoff run. AFC Championship. I won't say Super Bowl, but AFC Championship. Definitely. Definitely AFC Championship. I'll go that far.
Hold on.
Look at the Giants making a game out of that against Washington. That's interesting. Didn't they bench Daniel Jones? No, Daniel Jones was playing. He had 2 touchdowns. Interesting.
Yeah, I was going to look for
Ooh, that one turnover by the Giants did them in. They were matching Washington blow for blow, and that one turnover was what did them in. Dang.
She's great.
The Giants were making a humongous comeback in the fourth quarter, 12 points. It just wasn't enough.
Hey, doggy. What do you want? Soup back? You want to put this back? No.
And I mean, you watch these fans just leave the stadium early, because you're thinking, okay, show's over, Giants are losing, it's over, by the third quarter. Nope. That's why you don't leave early unless you're trying to beat traffic in the NFL. You don't know what's going to happen. Even the Giants, who have been struggling that much, you don't know. Look at the Rams right now. They got a lead over Seattle. Look at that. In Seattle, no less. That's interesting. Okay. Jets beat Houston 21-13. Okay. So we still got a Colts and Minnesota game coming up. And I think is Flacco playing that game? Should be. Okay, so that gives Indianapolis a chance. Yeah, that's the one. Does anybody want me to react to that game? I might do it. I might do it because that's got significant impact on what goes on in the NFL this year. Tampa Bay is 4-4 is very real. They're better than 4-4 in my opinion. You look at the Buccaneers, and they came real close, about 5 points to the Falcons last week, and the Falcons have been ripping everybody to shreds in the last few weeks. That's interesting. You come within 10 points of the Ravens while in Tampa. Both of these games in Tampa. Keep that in mind. That's interesting. You beat the Saints when they were in their prime before all these injuries started occurring. 51-27. This is a legitimate team right here. 36-30 lost to the Falcons early on. And you beat the Eagles. And you beat the Lions. You beat the Commanders. This is a legitimate Tampa Bay team right here. I buy this 4-4. Yeah. 9:30 in the morning. You going to be covering this one or not? Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I'm kind of looking at the rest of the schedule. You got the Giants. We'll probably take an L to the Chiefs. probably take an L to the Buccaneers unless they stay down where they are right now. Which I don't see that happening. They're gonna start. Yeah, that's gonna be a blowout. Tampa Bay beats us. Eagles. Did they change the mascot? They changed the mascot on the Panthers page to like a white eagle thing. It's like one of those retro eagles. That's funny. uh Eagles, yeah, that'll probably be a loss. Dallas is interesting because Dallas has been struggling. Now, looking at the way that we played against the Falcons, that's going to give us an indication of how we're going to do against Dallas, which means we're probably going to lose. No, no, not happening. We don't light a candle to these guys, unfortunately. I wish, but no. Maybe when we have more weaponry, but it won't be this year. Are are we not signing him? Yeah. Hmm. Fair. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Right. And you look at the way he started out too, because he would had fumbling issues and catching issues. He was on the verge of being cut from this team in his first year of being here. I want people to remember that. Do not forget that. And to see where he's gone to now, I am so proud of Chuba. I am so proud of the Chuba Choo Choo, man. I'm on the choo choo train all the way. We got to pay this man. Yeah, don't break the bank, but keep in mind he has done a lot for us. Um, but I see what you're saying though, the half price running backs, and it brought back a thought process of Jonathan Stewart back in the day. We barely paid this man, but he was doing work for us back then. Oh my god! Sometimes the lack of proper compensation will motivate these players. You think back to how much these players were paid back in 2015 when Dave Gettleman was setting a price, and he said, "Okay, I'm going to set this price. If you play better than this, we'll think about moving it up, bumping it up, but it won't be much. I want to keep you motivated to keep working, but I'm not going to overpay you to where you get lazy." And I like that method. I think we should put that into practice here, you know. And if people think that is how we mistreated the players, no, that's not how he mistreated the players. It's how he talked to them. It's how he interacted with them. So if that's your mindset of how Gettleman mistreated players, don't no, that's not it. It was on a professional and personal level. Like he was just all business, and I respect that. He had the right formula. He had the right idea, but that was his Achilles heel, and it's a shame because I really wanted to see this team continue to become a dynasty, with proper respect towards players too. And I feel like we have that in Dan. I really do. Because who better to lead this team at GM than a former player that has seen the Super Bowl, that has seen how players are respected and treated, from the other side of the coin. I like that. And I'm with it. Excellent win. Mm-hmm. Oh, Geno Smith with the game tying touchdown. The Jackson Smith Nigma. Wow. 51 seconds left. This game just got real interesting very quickly. Might go to overtime. That says a good chance of it. But as far as Bryce Young, I've been on and off the train because several times this year because I see the potential in this dude, but at the same time, like, what are we doing with him? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. David Screws has been frustrated with it, and he says put in Plummer. I'm gonna kind of skip a lot of these comments, but I have read them, throughout the conversation. So I do want to acknowledge I did read them. Yeah. Dak had a hamstring injury. Yeah. The thing is, man, this game is good for our mental health. That's oh my goodness, man. Like I am so tired of like when I try to recruit people from both of our channels and like all I hear about is just Bryce Young this, uh what we failed on, what we haven't done. David Tepper, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, dude, I don't want to talk about those things. I want to talk about a Chuba Hubbard. I want to talk about, this Trevin Wallace being a beast. I want to talk about Josie Jewell. I want to talk about those unsung heroes of this team, man, that have been putting in the blood, sweat, and tears, each week, whether we win or lose. That's the people I want to talk about, man, because those people deserve the credit and love that they're getting right now from our fan base. Yet they keep getting ignored because all you hear about is Bryce Young, Tepper, and all of this nonsense. Bring it to the forefront. So, and especially a certain safety that has been making noise today, man. I'm so proud of all these players that have dug in, took care of business, and it led to a win. Dave Canales was talking about consistency before this game on the radio. and just doing all the little things right. And this is what it looks like when you do that. That is what Carolina football looks like. Today is what Carolina Panthers football looks like for us right now. Now, is it enough to take on a Tampa Bay team? Is it enough to take on a Washington Commanders team? Is it enough to take on Detroit? No. But is it enough to make enough noise that we are not in a complete embarrassment to the league? Yes. And all I'm asking for is just the best that you can give me. Right. Just give me your best. Right. Mhm. Exactly. Right. Right. Give him what he needs and he will flourish. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That would go a long way to convincing people that yes, he does have these skills. Yes, he does have that talent. Don't give up on him completely. But you just need to find a place for him to be developed properly with the proper protection and the proper weaponry. You know, don't baby him. Give him what he needs. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. this was a day of first for Bryce, really, because he got out of his introverted shell, and he finally just decided, you know what? I'm going to tell the coach I don't like these calls. You know what? I'm going to talk to my teammates in the huddle. You know what? Today, I'm going to do the things that I have not done previously, and I'm going to do it with a smile on my face. Screw the haters. I'm going to do it, and he did. Mm-hmm. That's the dog we've all been waiting to see, man. We know he has it in him. And we're just like, I'm tired of watching these press conferences of him just like speaking softly and just being like, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. And then just like, you come out on the field and he just looks like he's about to pass out, you know? And then there's games like this right here where he just wakes up and he's just, you know what? I'm pissed off today. Somebody pissed in my Wheaties, and I'm about to make somebody pay for it. Yeah, right. I don't either. Please, please do. Yeah, yeah. I think a lot of it was the offensive line just not, we didn't find the right combo to start with. Secondly, the wide receiver separation. Third, the play calling was whack. Fourth, his comment, his communication was just not good. And then he finally just decided, I think he heard you when you said do something about it. I think you know, I think this crew is listening, man, and they're finally just deciding, you know what, we're gonna do something about it. Yeah, like yeah, and that's gonna pump up Bryce's value. More importantly, whatever you decide to do with it, and his confidence. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Facts. Facts. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Facts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. End of the day. No. Both teams won. There you go. That's what matters. End of the day, you got 2 trophies sitting in your case. Right. Hmm. No, no. Baltimore did that. And, and to further that point, you watch the Baltimore Ravens history, during that time period. The first half of the seasons were god awful. And then they somehow, once they start playing at home during the second half of that season, you do not want to play in Baltimore. That is the scariest place in the NFL to play. Even the Patriots feared it when they came in there, and they were fully loaded. That was a monster battle between those two every time they played in Baltimore in the second half of the season. So this was at the height of New England's power. So I want people to remember that. That's why Baltimore is feared in the second half of the season. And the fact that they're doing this in the first half is terrifying. Now you see the complete picture of why Baltimore is giving me a little bit of chills, man. This is going to be a very, very titanic battle between them and the Chiefs, and I'm here for it at the end of the road. That's correct. Right. We can only do what we can do. We can only put in what we can put in. And that's why I'm not asking these players to put in anything extra other than what they're able to do. Maybe push the glass ceiling just a tiny bit, but I'm not asking for much here. Give me 3/4 against an Atlanta team. Give me 3/4 against a Eagles team. That's all I'm asking for. Just give me some effort, man. Give me Carolina Panthers football for 3/4, and I'll take it, even if we lose. You know, because at the end of the day, you are putting in the best you can put in. Period. And I'm satisfied with that. Yeah. And that's why I left that Atlanta game satisfied, because I was just like, you know what? I got what I paid for. I knew exactly what I was going to get when I drove up to Charlotte. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the first year of every major good coach in the league. You look at Andy Reid. You look at you name your favorite dynasty coach. The first year is always evaluation. Second year, you expect results. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. That's a plus. That only said that only adds to the value of the players that you have and your ability to coach them. That adds to your resume. Yeah. Facts. Yeah. Like, am I comfortable getting into a losing streak like that? No. But does it teach us lessons? Yes. I care about fundamentals and development just as much as I do win loss. Did those losses teach us anything? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Carter Richardson, man. Give Richardson some love, man. Give Richardson some love. This dude absolutely balled out today. I love it. I called this dude out last week and I said, what has this dude done? What has this dude done? What has this dude done? And he shut me up. That's exactly what I want. Shut me up. You know, when you shut me up, that means you've done something productive. That means you have turned the corner and used that energy and said, enough is enough. I'm gonna do something. You rose up to the challenge and you shut me up, my dude. Hand claps. That's what I want from everybody on this roster. If I have called out your name and you are not doing anything, shut me up. Do something about it. There's your challenge. Facts. Beautiful. Oh man, it feels good. We've been waiting a long time for this. Oh, big touchdown pass by Stafford to win the game in overtime. Demarcus Robinson, what a one-handed catch. Oh my goodness. You got to see this catch, man. That was ridiculous. Wow. He can't believe it. The look on these Seattle players' faces right now. They can't believe it. Wow. Yes, they did. Oh my gosh. Oh, here's the play. Here's the play. Two steps forward on him. One catch. One-handed catch, man. One-handed catch in the end zone while being defended and interfered with. Shout out to Robinson, man, and the Matthew Stafford. What a pass. How many game-winning touchdowns does Stafford have now? Yeah, that's a good one. He needed that for his career. He doesn't have as many, I don't think. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy. And I do want to bring up one more point. Um, when I watch that Clemson team, normally they will give you 4 whole quarters of complete game football. Till the clock hits 000. They will go all out. Blood, sweat, tears, everything. That's what I need to see in Charlotte. I need to see that from every one of y'all. The gauntlet has been thrown out. Do it. Do something about it. I was watching in the stands on Saturday night. I was just like, if you're tired of seeing the Louisville flag being waved around, do something about it. And that's what I'm telling the Panthers players, man. Do something about it. You tired of all the talk around the league? Do something about it. And we did today. That's 4 whole quarters of Panthers football. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. I'm not asking for much, man. Just give me that. Beautiful. I need more of that. Give me more. I'm hungry for it. Give me some consistency of that. Give me consistency of that. My goodness, man. Ridiculous catch. Oh, yeah, he is. What a throw. Woo. That's Stafford, though. He's got that type of accuracy. But I mean, the dude was being interfered with, too. He said, man, get off of me. I got this. Yup. Oh man. That's the mentality I need to see in Charlotte, man. And we saw it today. We saw it today, buddy. I'm proud of these players today. I'm proud of y'all. You know what? I'm taking my hat off. I'm taking my hat off. Excellent win today. Y'all deserve it. Hand claps the whole 9 yards. Y'all deserve it. Y'all shut me up. I said we weren't gonna win this game. Y'all shut me up. Thank you. Thank you for shutting me up. I love being wrong when it comes to this stuff. I love it. I will eat all the crow in the world when it comes to that. So awesome. Yeah. That positive energy, man. These are the streams I love doing, man. Give me more of this. That's right. It's just getting started. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I see development everywhere, and I love it. This is what I've been waiting for. I knew we had it in us. Yep. I'm here for it. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Facts. Do it. Like Nike says, just do it. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. I need to see this team not lose that consistency. We have a tendency to cardiac cat it after games like this. I need y'all to stay focused and give me 4 whole quarters of Carolina Panthers football consistently. Consistently. You heard Dave Canales talk about the word consistent. I need consistency. Now, I'm not asking for a win against the Chiefs. I'm not asking for a win against uh, a tough Tampa Bay team right now. I'm not asking for a win against the Arizona Cardinals, who are on fire right now. I'm not asking for a win against Atlanta. What I'm asking for is consistency. Can you give me Carolina Panthers football, quality football, for 4 whole quarters against the New York Giants and win that game? Can you give me Carolina Panthers football against a Kansas City Chiefs team and give me a clean half of football? Can you give me 3 whole quarters against Tampa Bay? That's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for much, guys. Just give me your best consistently. You know, the the fun part about this is when we beat the Raiders, we showed consistency when we went against the Bengals. What do I mean by consistency? You guys gave me 4 whole quarters of Panthers football, both games in a row. Can you give me 3 games in a row? Can you give me 4 games in a row? Can you give me 5 games in a row? I need to see it. This is what is going to keep Dave Canales and Dan in Carolina for another season and keep Tepper away. They say eat an apple, keep the doctor away, right? Play consistent Panthers football for as much as you can this year. Keep the Tepper away. Keep the Tepper away, man. That's all I'm asking you to do. And let these men work in the front office in the off season. Let them build the rest of this team. Let them build on what we have. You heard what Chad said. We have amazing free agency coming up. We have an amazing opportunity with 9 draft picks so far coming up. Possibly 10 if we move Moss Sanders. You know, be ready, man. We got to get rid of the sewage that's in our system here and clean that water, filter it out in this team. And once we do that, we are on the fast track to success in 2025 if we stay on the path that we're on right now. What do I mean by the path that we're on right now? The Raiders game, the Bengals game, the Falcons game, this game. That's the path that I'm talking about. Carolina Panthers football. Stay on that path. We are back on it again. And with this team, I'm a little frustrated because we keep going on again and then off again, on again and then off again. It's like a light switch. It's like a child playing with a light switch. Stop it. You're going to electrocute yourself. This team is like a child playing with a hot stove. We don't learn. Keep your hands away from the stove. That's what we're doing right now with this win. And then next week against the Giants, watch this. We're going to put our hand back on the stove again because we don't learn. And I'm like, really? Really? That's what pissed me off about that earlier game, man, against Denver. Because I knew that the Washington Commanders were going to blow us out. I understood that. But show me some fight, man. You know what I'm saying? That's us putting our hand on the stove again. The Denver Broncos putting our hand on the stove again. Stop doing that. Stay on the path. That's what I'm asking for, guys. If we do that on a consistent basis, Dave and Dan will keep their job. So, yep. Alrighty. I'm probably gonna do like gaming stream later on. Yeah. Yeah, enjoy the win. I don't know. I'll be covering that game, by the way. I'll be live streaming and reacting to it. Yep. Yep. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That'd pad your resume and up your value. Big opportunities. Take advantage. Facts. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Give it your best.
But anyways, oh, dang, Mr. Gemini, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just saw the notification.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we just gotta play hard. and
Yeah.
they should be able to come away with this win.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyways, go ahead and plug in your socials while you're at it.
Keep pounding 3869 for the YouTube channel. Again, that's keep pounding 3869. If you want to see more content like this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, select all. Leave a comment down below on that if you want to. And don't forget to check out my Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game post-polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel here on the Keep Pounding channel and the Yahoo Sports Keep Pounding Fantasy Football League. And check me out on Instagram, Shadow Warrior 645 with one W. Shadow Warrior 645. Get in touch with me if you want to. Anytime. I'll respond to it.
And there y'all have it. And like I said, this
We'll
was
be doing horror games moving into November as well. So we'll be doing some gaming streams. So make sure you're hitting the bell for that.
yeah, y'all heard the man. So definitely keep an eye out. But yeah, everybody enjoy this win. Definitely enjoy this win. We haven't seen one in a while. It's been 5 games, so
Absolutely.
everybody enjoy this win. If you want, check out tonight's Sunday night football game. I believe that's getting ready to start.
Yep.
And that should be a really good one. That's Indianapolis and Minnesota, which Indy is 4-4, Minnesota's 5-2.
I believe I know how that's going to finish.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But
Who knows though?
But I want to thank everybody for coming on and chatting it up. We had a pretty full Zoom room, that's for sure. It was great.
Yes.
But for those that want to continue on, definitely head on over to Keep Pounding on YouTube, and y'all know the deal. But
Yep.
I'm gonna get going. But definitely love y'all. Keep pounding. We gotta win. Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody enjoy the rest of their evening. Keep pounding, and
Mm-hmm.
let's go into this. Let's go into this new week. First full week of November. Let's get energized, focused, and let's root this team to two in a row. Let's root for 2 in a row.
Sounds good.
Might not happen, but let's root for it. Let's just go in. Let's go in.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thank y'all so much for watching. I'm Blitzball champ Jason Ingram, and that is
Keep pounding.
we'll see y'all very soon. For those that are continuing on, be sure to head on over to Keep Pounding, Corey's stream.
Mm-hmm.
God bless. Good night, y'all. Peace.